Welcome, everyone, to Wizard and Sibyl. Still a working title.
Still working title. Well, look, I have not had any time to stop and think about it over the last week because
oh no, I can hear myself.
This is day 11 of me streaming every single day in some way or another on someone. Yesterday was supposed to be my day off. And then you bullied me a little bit into coming on your stream. And then, but luckily, I was staying up late because I was hanging out with you, and Bill had to stay up all night because he had to rumble spuds this morning, which sounds like a euphemism, but it's not. He had to actually go rumble potatoes because his mom runs a chip van. So he had to go process like a literal ton of potatoes or something. And so I was staying up a little bit anyway because he had to be up all night. And luckily I was talking to you because then I checked my DMs and found out that Yellow Flash had messaged me about coming on because, hello everybody, if you don't know and haven't seen this on Twitter, Broken Crown has been demonetized by the inauthentic content sweeping moderation that's been going on YouTube for the past couple of weeks. I think about the past month or so now, where in order to curb AI slop content, YouTube has brilliantly decided to use an AI to comb through everything, to detect other AIs, and to ban them. But instead, it's caught people like that Umbrella guy, who I spoke to about getting this overturned directly, and he gave me Tug was incredibly helpful. He gave me the exact thing he sent to YouTube because he did get his monetization back. And by the way, this is not like a strike. There's no system where it's like 1, 2, 3, you're out. It's just monetization gone, removed. Get over it. And very curiously, they stuck this on me on Saturday morning, which means that there is no way a human being did it because no one's in the office in YouTube on Saturday or Sunday. So even though it cutely says in their little back end stuff, it's like, oh, this has been, but we use both AI and human reviewers to come to these decisions. No human being looked at this. It was done on a Saturday at like 3 a.m. Eastern time, US time. So not when the YouTube offices are open. Again, I'm trying to appeal that. But it's not just that Umbrella guy. He went through the same thing a couple weeks ago. Also, Drunk 3PO is still going through it. And it's been, at this point, thousands of people, but at least certainly, look, there's 2 people I know and have interacted with who got hit with the same thing. This is hitting a lot of people because, again, using AI to moderate your platform and make sweeping decisions like you're not monetized anymore is really stupid and will inherently lead to these kinds of problems. But the offices won't be open until Monday, so there's no way I'm getting through to anyone until then, either way. This channel, however, one of the things that they put a caveat on, and it was in like basically big bold letters in the email I received, is do not attempt to monetize any other channels during this process. I was planning on monetizing this channel this weekend.
This is the kind of luck that we're just destined for. Just seconds before we want to monetize a new show that we're doing.
I know. Not only could I not do that.
Random nonsense.
And it is, and like YouTube I don't think anyone works there anymore. I genuinely don't. Because I said this on Flashcast last night, is that it seems like the only person who works at YouTube is whoever Jeremy Hambley's rep is. You know, it's crazy. None of us, I've spoken to a ton of other YouTubers about this. Most of the ones I've spoken to who used to have a rep, as I did at one point, haven't spoken to that rep since about 2022, which is around the last time I spoke to mine. Because it used to be that when you got 100,000 subscribers, they gave you somebody's email. But they've not been responding for years at this point. So I really do question if there is anybody alive at YouTube, or if it's all just running on essentially autopilot with like a couple of people, a couple of Indians making those decisions. And the problem is that the only way to get that stuff looked at is to cause a big stink. Luckily, my post about it on Twitter was trending for some people. It was trending for Tug. So it got a lot of retweets and stuff. Tons of people retweeted it, which I'm incredibly grateful for and thankful for the kindness of so many people, because this destroys this whole ecosystem on this platform. You know, if an AI system can just come in and go, your AI, and by the way, what I think it is what we're doing right now, which is streaming without cameras on. Although I don't know, tons of people do that. I really don't know what it is that's causing the problem. It just says the specific flag, inauthentic content, claims that it's for, what does it say? Like it's low effort? No, that's not it. It's not that specific. It says that it's mass produced or repetitive. Well, it's certainly not mass produced because we stream once a week. Repetitive, I mean, sure, it's politics. You just kind of like, yeah, but at the same time, that means I guess every AI channel or every YouTube channel that covers politics is repetitive. It's just clearly an erroneous AI flag. YouTube
sounds like
and
it.
Also, crazily enough, YouTube also uses AI in their Twitter now, very clearly, because when I got a response from YouTube creators, it said, unfortunately, you can't submit an additional appeal. And then it started talking about like copyright or something. I don't remember now, but it was not talking about anything related to me whatsoever. And I'd also at that time not submitted a first appeal. I was just trying to like make a stink on Twitter because usually that is the best way to get YouTube to do anything, is to go, make a stink on Twitter and get a bunch of people to talk about it. So clearly, so an AI just zapped my monetization out of fucking existence, sent it to the shadow realm. And then when I'm trying to get in contact with YouTube through the only way anyone knows how to get them to talk to you, I get an AI response. This is like a Sisyphean nightmare. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this channel is not monetized. However, I have pinned a comment here that goes to tip.oozlu.net. I did double check that works. Oozlu will be sharing the proceeds from that goes directly to him. You don't pay any overhead for that, or is that like you don't even have to pay?
There's the PayPal overhead, but that's all.
So unlike when you give a super chat, donate with a super chat, which YouTube takes a 30% cut of, almost all of that goes to us. And Oozlu, of course, has agreed to split it 50-50 with me of any donations, I believe. So
we did shake on it.
We did, yes. So everything should be good on that, if you feel so inclined. Now, so yeah, let's actually talk about some science news and another, I guess, tech-related topics, since that is the point of the show. Is there anything else you want to talk about in like the intro? Getting things out of the way.
I don't think so. Just to express my sympathy for your channel and how just bloody unlucky it is.
It's fucking again. I know, and what a timing for it to happen in.
Yeah.
In that, like, I was legitimately going to do it yesterday because we had enough hours. We met all the criteria here, and then it just nah, get fucked.
It's probably worth mentioning as well that there was a sort of big and sudden news story yesterday. This is not a news show.
Oh, right.
But we may touch on it. There's a story we have that touches on it. But either way, hope everyone's all right, except the shooter.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was another thing that, of course, it happened last night. And so it ended up being the topic on Flashcast when we started out. And then Flash got the video taken down from YouTube because of displaying firearms. And I did say something, I think, near the beginning. I did say something like, you got to be careful with breaking news stuff because you never know. Like, it's not going to be edited or censored or stuff like that. And lo and behold, now, of course, the kind of tendency in all of this right now is that anyone who gets demonetized, anyone who gets, and Flash didn't receive a strike, by the way. The video was just removed, and I think he can't stream for 24 hours. But for a content violation, but he didn't receive a strike. And it looked like somebody at YouTube did fix that, but Broken Crown is a show that gets 300 to 400 regular viewers. It's not Flashcast where he gets 3,000 to 4,000, right? It's order of magnitude more people there, so more on YouTube's radar. And again, that is the only way to get in contact with them, is that if enough alarm bells go off that they've fucked up. Great way to run a company.
So, chat, are you finding the background cool or disturbing? Which one is the stronger impulse?
I didn't know you had animated it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's cool, but like, yeah.
Well, it's blurry, so YouTube is less likely to mess with us on that basis. Also, it's blurred because when we show content, it'll be over the top of it. So
there's actually, I was shocked. So that is AI generated, as I just complained about being falsely flagged for being AI generated when I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not. I'm a real person with feelings. Okay. Anyway.
I can confirm, unfortunately.
However, what was cool is that about that one that you generated is that there's a bunch of like little memes and jokes in it that are actually, some of them are fairly clever.
Yeah.
That the fucking computer came up with.
Nacho says, "You're a bird, don't lie, Aiden." The Women Alliance is shredded and tattered on the floor at this point.
Oh my God. No. Women Alliance strong, okay?
I see.
Of course it is. What did you think? What do you mean I see?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Us gals got to stick together against you.
I mean, I am the main opponent. Yeah. Okay, so people in chat saying AI is cringe and it's disturbing. It's fair enough.
Okay.
I can. How about if I go back to just
just go back to
static one?
Mm-hmm.
Shall I do the static one of this or this one? Which one's better?
You have one that moves.
But yeah, the one that moves is on the screen now.
No, I thought you had like a wizardy background thing.
Oh yeah, I can use that
animated.
one. I can use that one. But that's also AI.
Whatever. I mean, I don't think it's not going to have the uncanny effect on it.
I guess not. It doesn't have any characters on it. We could use that one. I think it's this one. I move that down there, and then do that and that.
Yeah,
that one. We can use that one, but it's not as cool.
No, I mean, I don't know. I said if you have a background that moves, it just help. I think anything that's on the screen that's moving, it might help. I don't know. Also, it's so bizarre. Like the stuff that we talk about on Broken Crown. I mean, it's so obviously not AI content. And then one of the weird things is that YouTube asked me, like, can you go make a video of yourself making the content? And I'm like, you mean you want me to like put in screenshots of OBS? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't understand even. UFOs who finds out. Well, that is the first story, which is, I've seen a lot of people talking about those. Recently, 11 scientists have gone missing, some of them with close links to NASA. And the conspiracy theory is that they have been abducted by aliens. What do you think the likelihood is of that?
Well, it depends what you mean by aliens. I mean,
ayylmaos.
Just how offensive are we allowed to be on your channel, Aiden?
I mean, we're not monetized yet, so don't get me demonetized before I even get a chance.
But I want to say something mean about a certain group of people who are real.
Can you do it in a creative way?
The insecto-anthropomorphs are lesser taxonomically equivalent to us than our other clades. Yes, they were abducted by aliens. They were Chinese.
Yeah.
At least that's one of the theories.
Well, not all of them. These are American scientists, by the way.
Aiden, I'm saying that the Chinese were the abductors, not the abductees.
Oh, I get it.
We got there in the end. This is what happens when I try and be subtle.
No, sorry. I mean, that is also a theory that I've heard, is that China is abducting U.S. scientists to extract valuable information from them or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm fully aware of the state of modern science, so I'm not sure if China wants to poach our guys, quite literally. As we'll go over through many of my stories for the rest of the stream, which is just me being angry at academia in perpetuity. Anywho, this one though. Conspiracy theory over UFOs, missing scientists spreads from web to White House. By the way, I don't know. Do we ever have this discussion? Do you believe in alien abductions?
No.
I wouldn't ask, do you believe in aliens, because I think that's
statistically inevitable. Aliens, intelligent aliens who are near
Fermi
Earth,
paradox.
Very likely not. Fermi paradox, there are two compelling solutions I've heard. One is that it is actually sensible to consider that with all the factors stacked up together, it is actually vanishingly unlikely that there would have been any other intelligent life in the universe right now. Anthropic principle, we're the only one, or the only one within a galaxy or two from where we are. That is a possibility. I'm not sure about that, but it's possible.
I think so Fermi paradox, for those unaware, is that like if the universe, as we would predict statistically, is full of life, why have we not made contact with anyone? Right.
The other solution that I think is plausible is that Earth is a reservation.
See, Audentum.
which I don't like that hypothesis, but I think it's plausible.
Yeah.
So
how old is the universe? It's 6,000 years old.
Yeah, exactly. If you measure out the begats and the generations in the Bible, then that's how old it turns out to be. Yeah. No, there are trees that you can use to determine the Earth is older than that. There's no tree. I think there's no tree older than 6,000, but you can use fossilized trees and you can count similar rings.
There's no tree anything like 6,000 years old now.
But you can use fossilized trees and a sort of a cascade of records. It's called dendrochronology. Sure. You can use just tree lines to determine that the Earth is older than 6,000 years. And there's like 20 or 30 other methods.
There are real criticisms of radiocarbon dating, though. Sure. Are you aware? In that, like,
vaguely aware, yeah.
The problem with radiocarbon dating, for example, is that at different points in time during the history of the Earth, there's been greater or lesser amounts of carbon, which can potentially influence like the best guess that we have from radiocarbon dating.
Doesn't it work on radioactive decay though? So if you measure an isolated chunk of carbon, I think it's carbon 12, or it's one of the carbon isotopes, then however much of that chunk has turned into, is it lead or something else? That's
I'm not familiar. I don't know.
That's the timing. So if you've got an isolated chunk of carbon that has not been molested during its lifetime, which I assume it's possible to tell that, then it shouldn't matter how much carbon's in the atmosphere. However, I'm not an expert. I just know a little bit about it.
No, it's interesting though. I mean, some people that I listen to in terms of for enjoyment, for personal enjoyment and edification on different topics are kind of flat earth people. So I've via osmosis come into contact with some of their arguments for it. I'm not sure how compelling they are. But yes, the Earth is, according to those people, 6,000 years old.
The real answer is, I think, 13.82 billion.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I don't know. I think that the likelihood of alien, I think it's the government. Obviously, if anyone's getting abducted, I tend to believe it's a government, or people, I don't know, wandering off in the woods and doing crazy stuff like that, as they are sometimes want to do. Let's see. The disappearances or deaths of at least 11 U.S. scientists, each allegedly connected in some way to space, defense, and nuclear research, really linked to a nefarious plot, one that involves the Chinese and other state enemies, or possibly links back to UFOs. A conspiracy theory positing exactly that has roared through sections of the U.S. population in recent weeks, spreading rapidly from the internet. Which one? Into right-wing into right-wing media and hence into the mainstream press.
What did she mean by this?
It's lowercase I internet, not the internet. This is a lowercase I internet. So which internet is it?
That's not how that works.
Yeah.
We're not German. You don't have to capitalize every noun.
No, but this one you do. Because there is an internet. You can have multiple internets, but what we're all connected to right now is the internet uppercase I.
That doesn't mean you have to capitalize it.
Yeah, you should. We're already getting into an argument.
You could theoretically make a second internet. Like it doesn't
refer. My point. But
it
would be an internet like this, lowercase I.
Okay, I see what you mean. Like the one that we all actually use.
I agree with Noel's pedantry on this so much. Yeah,
is like a place, so it should be a proper. I get that argument, but I don't. I'm sure that there are counterexamples of things that are similar that we don't capitalize. Proper nouns apply to specific categories, I think, and there's not just singletons.
We will inevitably get to data R. It's an issue. It is inevitable because data are plural, so there are multiple data, and therefore data are not. You do not say data.
Well, I think there's one episode where there was multiple data. Yeah.
Well, yes, there was one episode. There's always, there's lore.
That's a good point.
There are multiple datas,
and that's what the law are. Okay, now we're going to get back to the way you pronounce horror.
Horror. Shut
yeah,
up.
She just said horror on the internet, Aiden. I thought you were trying not to get your channel demonetized.
I'm not doing this. I'm not engaging. Spreading rapidly from the internet to right-wing media and hence into the mainstream press, and prompting an inquiry from Congress and questions from Donald Trump. Could such an outlandish theory have even an inkling of truth, Or lawmakers, the FBI, the White House, countless Substackers and podcasters, along with U.S. media outlets, just pandering to the latest clickbait conspiracy theory in an age rife with them. I think that's probably it. I don't know, though. These people do all have
this is
some
the Guardian.
Similar ties. Yes, it's the
this
Guardian.
article. So yeah, they've got their angle. I have a similar story from a different source, by the way. If you
think they have their angle of right-wing media? Yes, I think.
Well,
we all know.
What I want to know is how close together are these abductions? If it's within a month, it's fucking suspicious. If it's within 2 years, less so.
Because I don't know. Between.
I mean, if it's suspicious enough to make it into the news, there's probably something to it.
Yeah. Let's see. Is there anything about the timeline?
The Guardian's my standard, but if Trump's talking about it and other figures are already talking about it. I mean, I know Sabine Hossenfeld on YouTube's talking about it.
Is this one of these guys? Hang on, what's this guy's name? Whoa, okay. So one of them's been found dead, by the way. NASA engineer found dead and burned Tesla after family feared he'd been abducted from his home. So this guy went missing in 2022. So he's been missing for a while, but this is one of the people I think who's included in that. Yes, we've covered the 10 missing or dead scientists. Some of them have wound up dead as well.
Is it going to turn out that they're all Tesla owners and this was just the first Elon Musk assassination of a bunch of competing scientists?
They just oh god, yeah.
I mean, SpaceX. Are any of them in SpaceX, or are they all in state competitors to SpaceX?
This guy's in NASA specifically. Let's see, who've been linked, 10 missing or dead scientists who've been linked to science and UFOs in some way. The tragic saga being traced to anti-gravity technology and extraterrestrial life researcher Amy Eskridge's death.
Anti-gravity? Yeah, that would be really fucking cool. I don't know. But
yes, well, there's so much of this. Final message from UFO-linked scientist raises questions about the official ruling of their deaths. This was the first one, I guess. Amy Eskridge mentioned a growing number of scientists who've... It's a great number of scientists who've either disappeared or died in the last few weeks. The circumstances surrounding one particular, I didn't dig this far into it. I just found that Guardian article and I was like, yeah, we'll read into it.
I haven't looked into it in detail either. I figured we'd do that today. But self-inflicted gunshot wound, how do we know it's self-inflicted and how many gunshots were there to the side of the head?
Well, right. Let's see. Either disappeared or died the last few years. So this has been over the course of years this has happened.
Okay.
The circumstances surrounding one of them in particular, have continued to puzzle people as their final messages are allegedly revealed. When is this from? Just, a couple days ago. Well, these could be seen as threatening, these could soon be threatened with exposure, following suggestions that, I'd lost my train of, it's going great. Yes, those who firmly believe in the conspiracy have claimed that there is a number of significant cover-ups surrounding aliens and UFOs by the United States government alongside various other political powers across the globe.
I think Trump is threatening to release a bunch of UFO files now. It could be.
That is what yes, that's actually interesting. He is talking about releasing the UFO files, which I would just like distraction, release the Epstein files. Stop trying to distract me. So, that being my political leaning.
I would definitely be open to that idea. Maybe less certainly than you, but the UFO stuff. He has released some information. I think there was a lot of files released about that saucer-shaped craft that was being tested around Area 51, I assume, which of course is the basis for all the flying saucer mythos, I assume as well. I haven't looked into it in detail, but because of that, I'm guessing there's more of that kind of thing, but there's something in there that powerful people don't want found, which implies that it's not some ancient, 60s experimental aircraft. It implies it's more recent than that.
Yeah.
Because if it's 60s, then who's still alive that would care? Very few.
Or to testify or know anything about it.
Yeah, all that too, yeah. There's some sort of files the government has that they haven't been releasing, that Trump is now threatening to release, that these people must be connected to. I mean, this is all supposition. Well, it may be nothing, but if we're trying to make an answer.
Sure, if you're trying to come up with a hypothesis, sure, as to why these people are missing. It is possible it's all just random and has nothing to do with anything.
It could be.
But it is.
All 11 of these scientists were involved in just one single project back in the mid-90s. Well, that's the place to look then, isn't it? If that turns out to be the case.
If it so happens, but a lot of people are quite young. So yeah, around 11 different researchers looking into alien technology have become part of a wider, and it's not just that these people were looking at all kinds of stuff, but apparently that was one of them.
Well, if of the two Fermi paradox solutions, if we're a reservation, then there is a chance aliens have been here. I think it's a very low chance, but if that's the case, it's possible, but it's still very, very unlikely.
Well, I mean, that's basically kind of what the case is in Star Trek, by the way. The Vulcans became aware that humans had a certain level of technology, like for a couple hundred years, and were just monitoring us before making first contact. That's why first contact had. This is more in the novelizations and stuff, where they flesh it out, but it's in First Contact as well.
There's some similarities there, but what I mean essentially is that the empire of some other species that was born just 1 million years or more before us extends all around us as far as we could ever travel ourselves. With a gap around Earth that says no-go zone, primitive civilization evolving, leave them alone.
Right, yeah. A little pen with a big sign says, do not violate Prime Directive.
Basically, the Vulcans never had an empire as far as I know, or like maybe a few colonies.
No, but 40 Eridani A is relatively close to Earth in the Star Trek, in the way that they lay it out, so it just kind of was by accident. Sorry guys, that will be, I think, probably also a reoccurring.
Well, you brought me here to talk about science and technology as if we're not going to mention Star Trek. Which I think you've seen a bit of Star Trek. You've seen a couple of episodes?
Oh, just a few. Yeah. I'm just a little tiniest bit of a Trekkie. And have been my entire life. Trekoid.
She says that the elf ears are elf ears, but they're not really elf ears.
My Vulcan ears, what about it? What about them?
She owns prosthetic Vulcan ears, chat.
I have multiple pairs of elf ears of various different sizes and shapes. Yes, that's just what's weird about that.
Well, I shall leave that question up to chat's delectation, I think.
I don't understand. Doesn't everybody?
Cocksleeve or kindling?
This is completely honest too, by the way. I think I've got about 5 or 6 different.
These poor scientists, Aiden. Give them a moment of your time.
I'm sorry. This poor woman did die in 2022. Around 11 different researchers looking into alien technology have become part of a wider conspiracy that claims their deaths or disappearances are not a coincidence, and the circumstances surrounding Amy Eskridge's death in 2022 appear the most alarming. As reported by the Daily Mail, Eskridge died at 34 years old, so again, she's pretty young, on June 11th, 2022, after suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, although further medical or investigative reports have not since been revealed to the public. Her research, platformed by the Institute for Exotic Science, a company she co-founded with her father, retired NASA scientist Richard Eskridge, involved potentially game-changing anti-gravity technology, which could lead to the discovery of potential UFOs or UAPs, alongside the increased potential of space travel. The research was never published, however.
How would,
I don't know.
1, how would anti-gravity? 2, how would anti-gravity, if it were real, lead to the discovery of UFOs or UAPs?
I don't know.
If anything, that's a revolutionary propulsion technology to get us off Earth finally.
Right? I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, I'm not making the connection there. The research was never published, however, despite it seemingly being ready for a number of years. Maybe that's because it wasn't very good. I don't know. Maybe because how you've described it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Hold on. NASA anti-gravity tech.
Yeah.
NASA anti-gravity. NASA does not possess or officially endorse anti-gravity technology. Zero gravity research facility. Yes. Yeah, we can get to 0. We can't get below 0.
Yeah, I'm not right.
Anti-gravity
I don't
treadmill.
know.
I assume that's just a name.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that looks real. that
what do you got?
NASA chief, we just built anti-gravity propulsion. Yeah, my arse.
Yeah.
Is gravity going to switch off for 7 seconds this summer? What have I just found?
Oh, it sounds like you found a treasure trove, friendo. That's what that sounds like. You tapped right into the schizo vein. What
are your plans for the 12th? This is from the BBC. What are your plans for the 12th of August 2026? If some social post are to be believed, you might need to cling on to something heavy to stop your day being ruined. It doesn't matter if it's heavy. If the gravity's off, it doesn't matter how heavy it is.
Send me the fucking article so I can bring it up. I want to see this schizo shit.
Look at my screen share. Yeah.
Whoa,
we've been doing this, Aiden.
Twice?
Well, this specific stream twice. Fair enough. Okay. A conspiracy theory has been building online that the Earth... This is not a conspiracy! This is just physics! It's a physics theory! Fuck off over using that term. The Earth's gravity will stop working for 7 seconds on that day due to activity related to black holes. There's not one close enough, and if there was, we'd be in a lot more trouble than 7 seconds.
No, they're saying NASA's going to create a mini black hole, I guess, and it's going to create a disruption in the gravitational field.
It makes a change from them saying CERN's going to do it.
Well, I guess it's not normally. Yeah, it's CERN. Come on, these motherfuckers. They don't even know where their conspiracy bread is buttered. If they're blaming NASA on this and not CERN for it.
Yet another Steins Gate reference. It's allegedly linked to a program by Christina, the program by the US-based agency NASA called Project Anchor, with claims that Project Anchor is probably all they heard before they made up this theory. With claims on some posts that as part of the project,
it sounds nefarious. But then again, Project Anything sounds nefarious.
Yeah. So. Project Puppies. Almost $90 billion had been spent on trying to prevent the massive problems a brief loss of gravity would cause. It's like Y2K, but even faker.
Oh my! Oh, like, are those videos you can actually play? Because I want to see the TikTokers talking. Oh, I want to see that black guy talking about it so much. I want to really hang on.
Site, I don't think.
No. Hang on, I'm going to TikTok, and I want to see that black guy right there talk about, because
we was Kang's level shit.
Dude, he's gonna have great takes.
According to the website,
Anchor.
how stuff works, if there was no gravity, even for a brief period, Earth would start to break up as there would be nothing to keep people, buildings, and even air or water anchored to the ground. The injuries and damage caused, especially from everything falling back to any ground that was left as gravity returned, would take a long time to put right. That is classic British understatement. The Earth's core would just sort of drift apart, and this would generally be a bit of a bother.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's no evidence. What a surprise!
Really?
Yeah.
You don't say. There's no. Damn! I can't find that cool looking guy's TikTok on it. Ugh. There's some woman talking about it.
Sorry, chat. I've sort of veered off topic, but I don't regret it.
No, I don't either. No, this is great.
Objects have a pull of gravity because they have mass. The larger an object's mass, the larger its gravitational pull. See your mother, for example. Not your mother, Aiden. She's lovely, obviously, but... What is really happening on the 12th of August 2026? There is an astronomical event happening on this date, but it has nothing to do with gravity. Yeah, I mean, it does, actually. A solar eclipse. There's gravity involved, but I get what you mean. A total solar eclipse is expected to be seen from the Arctic Ocean, Greenland, Iceland, Atlantic Ocean, Portugal, and northern Spain on that day. No connection between this and supposed gravity loss, as NASA explained. Well, I guess if they set the date for this supposed whoops, gravity's gone for a few seconds. If they set the date for that to be a date when something else is happening, then at least they can say, "Oh well, we were mistaken, but not far off." Except that
there's a TikTok from is this Bob Lazar? Oh, this will be inherently fucking fun. He's gonna talk about Bob Lazar. Damn it! I thought it was. Bob Lazar's the ancient aliens pyramid guy.
Yeah, didn't he die recently?
Yeah, he did. I was going to say that couldn't be him. So,
I don't suppose he's on the list of scientists. I don't suppose he was actually a scientist, was he?
Well,
maybe more of a scientist than Bill Nye.
He said he helped reverse engineer alien spacecraft, including their propulsion system, which used to be called Element 115 to create gravity A waves that could bend space-time. Element
115? Moscovium. It's super heavy. That's one of the ones that exists for like a few nanoseconds and then flies apart.
Yeah.
Milliseconds, this one. Yeah. So, I don't think so, mate. No. The whole point of elements that heavy is that natural force, like the weak nuclear force, I think it is, cannot, or the strong, cannot keep it together. It is impossible to exist naturally. You have to force the components together artificially.
Yes.
So you couldn't really use it
yeah,
for anything.
An incredibly small fraction of a second before it falls apart and breaks into constituent parts.
Yeah.
However, like a lot of those kind of things are the hypothesis with a lot of those elements is that they existed during the first, micro milliseconds of after the Big Bang, and so a lot of these. I mean, at least that's what with some of those weird particles. That's at least what I've heard, but I could also be completely wrong on that too. Anywho, let's see, where was I? We're all over the place then. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a very a special alternative source for that article, but do continue if you like.
Well, you've got you were showing the articles on your screen, so I can't.
Oh, am I? Oh shit! Yeah,
you were.
I can turn that off temporarily, and that as well. Okay,
there you
continue.
Go. Let's see. Research, yes, got that. Research never published. Eskridge claimed in an interview published years after her death that she, I guess it's her father, they mean, that she created her company as a means to stick her neck out in public and prevent any attempts to silence her, adding later that she was on the receiving end of escalating threats. Over 4 years after her death, however, Frayne Milburn, who claims to have been in contact with Eskridge prior to her death, has allegedly revealed a message he received before she passed that could recontextualize her death and the investigation surrounding it. The message, dated May 13th, 2022, reads, quote, "If you see any report that I killed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I overdosed, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I killed someone else, I most definitely did not." That is weird.
I should say that next time I'm going to kill someone.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a good idea. However, this is 4 years later, this guy comes out and says he's got a message that's, I don't know, it's a little strange too. Milburn also added that he spoke to Eskridge just 4 hours before she died, claiming that she said she was fine and feeling okay, pointing to additional messages that detail, quote, "If anything happens to me, suicide or an accident, it wasn't. It's suspicious. Treat it as such." It's unknown whether these messages were definitely sent by Eskridge before her death. Yeah, that's kind of the key question here, but it potentially offers a completely different interpretation of events.
Can you smell the wafting ancient mummified aroma of the Clintons?
Oh yeah, look, it's not like people don't get killed by the government, particularly the United States government. It loves doing that. However, this evidence for it is suspicious. It's just some guy being like, I got these text messages. And apparently they've not been under any scrutiny to determine if they were actually from her or not. So
in that case, I'd be dubious of their being real. But if they are, that's pretty big.
I mean, yeah, big if true, right?
Exactly.
Wait, am I sharing my screen? No, or are we looking at yours? Oh, okay, I am. All right, sorry, I'm retarded then. I was reading off. Look, don't worry about it. Okay. So this was the article I got that from. That was self-inflicted gunshot wound, though her death was followed by that of NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory researcher Michael David Hicks in July of 2023, as a supposed pattern started to emerge. Following renewed interest in the cases of General William McNeil McCasland and Monica Reza, Fox News Digital has reported on the death of Joshua LeBlanc. The NASA nuclear engineer died during a crash in July of 2025, and his burned remains were removed from a Tesla in Alabama. The outlet explains how the 29...
Was that the same Tesla one from earlier, or is this a second Tesla?
This is the same Tesla.
Okay.
No, this is the same Tesla one. I just found that article about the other woman.
Here's the question. If you're China and you want to damage thank you. You want to damage your opponent's capabilities to challenge you in a particular area that they're currently moving into a bit more, and you don't want to cause a massive international incident and get nuked, how would you do it? You'd probably use different methods each time, be very careful to keep it subtle, attack individuals while they're not in the office, and space it out.
I mean, I guess, because this has been over the course of several years.
Yeah.
I mean, because then inherently it makes people question it. Yeah, sure. Of like, well, these people are in the same field, somewhat, generally speaking, and they all have died. Again, it's 11 either missing or dead at this point.
Yeah.
Over the course of the last few years. The outlet explains how the 29-year-old's body was found burned beyond recognition at about 2:45 in the afternoon, coming after the vehicle collided with a guardrail and several trees before bursting into flames. This is more of a condemnation of Teslas, I would say, generally speaking.
Well,
because I've heard they do that.
I'm shocked that any car.
Shocked, you say?
Yes, shocked, I say. This is actually a big deal that I'm going to rant about now for a second. I'm utterly shocked that any car is allowed to be sold with electric door handles and not mechanical ones.
Why is that?
Because if
it kind of makes sense. Like, if the electronics fail, then you're fine.
Yeah. If the electronics fail, maybe because of I don't know, lithium battery fire.
Sure.
Then you're trapped
that doesn't happen
in
ever.
a steel coffin that you're not allowed to leave because the electronics aren't there to say, yeah, you can open the door.
There should be a mechanical.
That. Yeah, exactly.
Thing to it always, yes.
At least some sort of override that's easy to use, so you don't have to read the manual to understand how to do it. No, there should always be an override. It's crazy that's legal. They can do that.
It is. It is. Yeah. It would be just massive 2-ton steel coffin, indeed.
Yeah.
The LeBlanc family.
Did I miss contributions, by the way? I don't think I did yet. But do let me know, chat, if I did, because the contribution thing wasn't up on the screen until just now.
Oh, I was going to ask. I was asking you about that. I thought you already had it set up.
It is set up. I just didn't have the overlay on the screen at the time.
Once again, if you want to support, if you're enjoying the stream and you want to support this at all before we can get super chats and stuff and get the channel monetized, then feel free to use the link that is pinned in the chat. It's also pinned in the description, and go to tip.easily.net, and you can contribute to the stream that way. And now it will show up on the screen if it didn't before. I certainly, my deepest apologies. Easily probably wouldn't apologize for that, but.
Well, we can definitely, like, it'll get posted. I don't think they were already, because it'll post in live chat. My bot will post it in my live chat channel. So we would see it. But chat, if there were already that we missed, let me know. We'll go back and find them. Okay.
The LeBlanc family raised suspicions at the time, while the whole story has come back around in the aftermath of these continued disappearances or deaths. The family has reported LeBlanc missing, had reported him missing earlier in the day, as it was said he had uncharacteristically failed to report to his job as an aerospace technologies electrical engineer at NASA. LeBlanc's work apparently focused on nuclear propulsion projects, which has been used to link him to the other cases. The LinkedIn page said he'd been working at NASA for about 5.5 years, stepped up to lead NASA's nuclear propulsion, SNP, space nuclear propulsion instrumentation and control, maturation. On the agency's website, it says that NASA SNP technology would, quote, enable faster and more robust transportation for crew and cargo missions to Mars and science missions to the outer solar system. LeBlanc's family told this news outlet that they feared they'd been abducted because he'd left his phone and wallet at home. And that is strange.
Yeah.
That's unusual to not take your phone or wallet with you.
Autists not following personal protocol. That's very suspicious.
Yes. Well, just in general, I mean, if you don't have your phone or your wallet with you, you're fucked, sort of. And like, authorities were able to use data from his Tesla Sentry mode, noting that it had sat at an airport in Huntsville for hours on the morning of his death. That's bizarre. Again, the family said that this was out of character. Yeah, why would he have? So he drove his car.
Yeah, he doesn't usually drive and sit for hours in an airport without his personal effects.
I mean, as fun as it is, like.
Yeah. You should just drive into an airport, sit in the car park while your phone and wallet are at home.
You had fun with that when we did that. When, I made you go to the airport that I was the wrong airport.
Oh,
So we just went there anyway.
Yeah, I had my phone and wallet, so I didn't get the full effect.
You didn't get the full experience.
No. But it was fun going to the airport for no reason.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Well, I think I got like a coffee there or something.
Hey, we have coffee at home.
I did. I think I was out of coffee. I dragged you all the way to the wrong airport just so I could get a coffee there. That's what it's about.
I live a matter of minutes walk from the local shop, but no, it's fine. Let's take a train to the nearest airport to get a coffee from the Costa.
There's no Costa coffee like airport Costa coffee. Okay.
Well, not for price, no.
But
I want to spend 2 times the value of the product.
Yeah, it's like I do want to spend like 2 extra quid on this.
You did spend a lot more than you needed to that day.
Oh my god, what a waste of money. I'm such an idiot. Let's give my opinion on science as I explain how I can't find the right goddamn airport I'm supposed to fly out of.
Well, at least you're admitting that you can fly, bird.
What? No.
Chat, do you want to see the first version of the AI background?
You should show it. It's dangerously furry. That's why I was like, absolutely no, you're not using that as a background. Craving the Vietnamese coffee. No, never again.
Give me a second, I'm going to find it. I didn't save it because I figured I wasn't going to show it.
Yeah, because it's awful and it's dangerously furry. Well, why you do that? I'll read this. In 2026, the White House has even spoken on the missing scientists, with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt addressing the concerns of Fox News' Peter Doocy and confirming, "I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that, and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government administration would deem worth looking to." So let me do that for you.
Bird scientist Aiden isn't real. She can't hurt you. Meanwhile, bird scientist Aiden.
When was this? 16th of April, she said that, which was a nothing statement. Dude, like I said, that's dangerously furry and weird. I don't like it.
Feathery, more like.
Feathery. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm not. It's got like fuck me eyes. It's weird and furry. It's no good.
That was not in the
Get rid of it. Yeah, well, it happened. Now I'm starting to get suspicions about you. You keep looking at this.
What, that I think you're a bird?
That you like this depiction of me as a furry.
It's not fur.
Ooh, jokes aren't as fun as we can't troll Spoon with them. That's true. You can troll easily, though.
How? How does that troll me? You're a bird.
I don't know. Find some way to troll you, though. I mean, you can't. I mean, you can troll me. I'm very easily trollable. So.
Really?
Have you noticed?
And that's what the data is.
Oh my god. So Caroline Leavitt's nothing burger answer to this was, I think, on the 16th. Even Trump has taken note, telling reporters, "I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. Just left a meeting on the subject." Including LeBlanc, the total number of missing or dead people now sits at 13, with most connected to nuclear science and space research. The FBI has vowed to work alongside other federal authorities to look into the above, and spokesperson at Fox News said the FBI is spearheading the effort to look for connections into the missing and deceased scientists. We're working with the Department of Energy, Department of War, and with our state and local enforcement partners to find answers.
So my prime suspects would be China and the Democrats, but I repeat myself.
Here's some of the other ones. Few known elements. February 27th, retired U.S. Air Force Major General William McNeil walked out of his house in Albuquerque, New Mexico, sometime between 10 and 11 a.m. His phone and glasses were left behind. Oh, that is similar. That's not the same guy either. It's a totally different person. Did the same thing.
And he's 68, very different profile.
And very different profile. Took his .38 revolver.
1 year short.
This guy's probably dead. Took his .38 revolver, and he's believed to have left on foot. His wife found that he was missing soon after midday that afternoon. The Bernalillo Sheriff's Office issued a silver alert, a bulletin when an older person goes missing. He wasn't that old, but yeah, I guess. Nothing has been seen or heard from McCaslin since, but as a former commander of the Kirtland Air Force Base, Phillips research site and laboratory, which focuses on space vehicles and directed energy technologies, his disappearance raised eyebrows, including within the UFO community. Lieutenant Kyle Woods of the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office told reporters nothing has been ruled out, quote, "which is why we're investigating every possible link we can." Woods added, "I appreciate there's a community that wants to go down the rabbit hole of UFOs. I don't have a way with which to pursue that. And so those theories have been set aside unless we were to find something that would have indicated that, so we can only go off the facts."
Well, unless UFOs are using handguns themselves, because some of them have turned up dead.
Yeah.
Someone in chat saying, "Bro, Oozloo again. Did you see the title?" Like, this is a podcast in which I am present.
Unfortunately, he is a regular feature of the stream. It is a feature, not a bug. Well, I mean, that was my decision. Look, I wanted to do science and technology stuff on this channel, get away from purely politics, because it is so tiresome, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
To get away from purely politics, and yeah, you and I both talked about it, and it seemed to be this was a good fit for it. Since you're into tech and I'm more into the science stuff, we both are into some scientific stuff.
And so, your entire audience is happy with it.
I know. Everyone loves you, right?
Bro, Aiden again. You're right. I'll get a different guess next time.
Okay. At some point, we'll try to get guests, I'm sure. But again, we're just starting it out. Lieutenant Kyle Woods of the Bernalillo Sheriff's County. Bleh, said all that already. Got all this. Facts were scarce, and into the void soon poured other accounts of missing or dead scientists, often with real or imagined links to national security or space work. A lot of it seems real.
Yeah.
Reports eventually surfaced of at least 10 dead or missing scientists. They included Michael David Hicks, a scientist who worked at NASA Jet Propulsion Lab from 1998 to 2022 and studied near-Earth asteroids and comets. He died from unknown causes at the age of 59 in 2023. Another scientist, Monica Reza. None of these are the people we've already talked about, by the way. Another scientist, Monica Reza, disappeared in June of last year. She served as the director of NASA's Lab Materials Processing Group. She had set out on a hike in the Los Angeles National Forest with a companion. Police reports said Reza, 60, was about 30 feet behind her friend when she disappeared. Her body was never found. That one, I mean, that sounds like she got lost. That happens a lot. But, particularly in national parks. There's a ton of conspiracies about that as well, but a lot of people go missing when visiting national parks. It
is worth noting that it's less interesting, but the coincidence theory could explain at least some of this. You had when Trump first came into office, in January of 2025, it would have been. You had a bunch of stories from the mainstream press, especially of air incidents. Plane crashes, just incidents. And it was right after he'd done a bit of a reform of air traffic control. You had all these stories coming up of incidents. And it was, the press were making their point clear. Hey, look, consequences. As it turned out, immediately, and this is so funny, it wasn't even zero, it's the reverse. Immediately after he did that change to the air traffic control stuff, immediately afterwards, it was the month with the least incidents in 10 years. I think he was removing DEI. So it actually made the situation much better. But the press just decided to report on every single incident that did happen, which was way lower than usual. So it made it look like there was a lot of stuff happening at once. Now, this is less likely to be that because all of them are talking about, here are a bunch of incidents that did happen. But I wonder how often scientists just die. I mean, if it's 13 across, 2 years, they all happen to be related to these fields, but is that the amount that we'd expect to die?
It's been 4 years now, but yeah. And they are all people who are in this fairly similar fields.
But they don't all seem like military relevant.
No, some of them are military, obviously.
They're a bit scattered.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of links to NASA, though.
Yeah, and several of them do seem suspicious as well.
Yes.
So it's more than the air traffic control thing, but it is worth noting that a story's relevance. I guess it's kind of like p-hacking, Aiden. A story's relevance can easily be amplified by just changing a few basic
and that's
factors.
my only caution here is that this does look weird, but is it statistically significant? Is there actually an underlying cause? Here's some of the other ones. Others to add to the list include astrophysicist Carl Grillmeier, who was shot dead on his porch, MIT physicist Nuno Loureiro, killed by a former classmate, and Jason Thomas, a chemical biologist and drug maker at Novartis, who disappeared in December. His remains were discovered in Massachusetts in March. I'm not sure about chemical biologist or physicist, astrophysicist. I'm not sure about the chemical biologist.
It's the kind of thing that could have emerged from one person autistically looking into it after there was one suspicious death and finding, look, here's a bunch of other stuff. And they found a pattern when usually you could do this at any time, or maybe there's a slight increase now, but only a ambient increase. You could do it at any time. But someone, one individual just happened to look into it and the story spread from there. That is distinctly possible. But what is also, one of these is a school friend. A long-time school friend. So either someone got to the school friend to kill this guy, or that one wasn't suspicious. I mean, sure, it's a murder, but it's not suspicious in terms of espionage or international espionage.
Being accused of being paid for by Big Alchemy and or Big Magic.
Look.
That's just what a shill would say.
I am Big Alchemy, okay? Not Big Gay Alchemy. That's different.
Then we're starting to retire. Die is not the worst. But a lot of these people aren't boomers. A lot of these people, like we said, are in their 30s.
Yeah.
Some of them, even I think one was he late 20s, it said. Yeah. So these people aren't all boomers. It's a wide variety of age ranges.
Yeah, there's nothing really to tie them together except that they're all scientists working on space and nuclear related projects.
Yeah.
But it's not like they're all lab leaders. They're sort of randomly distributed.
Yeah. Republican lawmakers soon joined the debate. I skipped over a little bit. In a letter to the FBI, the Department of Energy, NASA, and other agencies investigate a, quote, possible sinister connection in the disappearances. These reports allege that at least 10 individuals who had a connection to U.S. nuclear secrets or rocket technology have died or mysteriously vanished in recent years, wrote Kentucky Republican James Comer and Eric Burleson of Missouri last week in a letter to multiple law enforcement agencies demanding action. If the reports are accurate, these deaths and disappearances may represent a grave threat to U.S. national security and to U.S. personnel with access to scientific secrets, they added, citing an additional 2 workers affiliated with the Los Alamos National Laboratory who have died or gone missing. They wrote in a letter to the Secretary of the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, that Reza and McCaslin may have had a close professional relationship. So these are 2 people that were mentioned in this article, but that were not in the other one. So some of them did have a relationship potentially, it sounds like. Then last week, UFO researcher David Wilcock, 53, used a gun to kill himself outside his home in Boulder County, Colorado. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett responded to social media posts announcing Wilcock's death by writing, "Not cool." Yeah, what the fuck? Like, not cool, rip. That's, I don't know. It seems like a strange way to
It's not something you say when a friend has just died. It's something you say.
Friend, but,
well, either way, when someone you respect has just died, it's something you say when someone does something. When someone does something unfair, is what you say. So that could be inferred to mean, "Hey, not cool. Stop killing us."
Yeah.
You let him die naturally rather than assassinating him. Not cool, guys. That's not how you play the game. Play fair.
I know.
Which is, I don't know if that's what he meant, or is it just autism?
I maybe. Burchett told the Daily Mail, "I don't think there's any chance that this is all just coincidental. But is there anything more than coincidence that 11 out of 2 million scientific researchers in the U.S. from an estimated 700,000 with top secret aerospace and nuclear clearances can variously go out hiking and disappear?" It wasn't just out hiking, it's all kinds of stuff. Very strange. Or perhaps chose to end their lives, I hate that word, particularly if they might have had mental illness or paranoid delusions or fall victim to murder. Experts say it is the onlookers, us, who choose to make the connections when in reality there are none. I mean, I don't think you can say that with absolute certainty that there's just no connection whatsoever. You even admitted in this article, The Guardian, that these 2 of these people were friends, or said allegedly were friends. The latest uptick in alien nuclear mystery fears, says Greg Agigian, a professor of history and bioethics at Penn State. Anyway, he said, "It's one of those things that get folded into other kinds of concerns." Look, whatever, fucking cope. I don't really care about his opinion, if I'm being honest. Like, it's a big cope. All this seems to converge, to be a convergence he has. So when people want to connect the dots, it all falls readily into a sweet spot of UFO lore. I don't know, does it? This is bizarre that over the course of 4 years, 11 of these people have either died, and up to 13 in the other reports, up to 13 of them have either died or gone missing. Some of them in suspicious ways, like leaving your home without your wallet and phone, or leaving your home without your glasses.
Yeah.
That is strange. The mystery lack thereof, but no, who cares? This is them editorializing. Joe Rogan, one of the most powerful figures in U.S. media, recently suggested unhelpfully, thank you for the editorial, that the disappearances could be to do with plasma technology, whatever the fuck that is.
That's a very broad realm. It's like saying it relates to microwave technology.
Well, that's the kind
of a lot of things.
That's the kind of luminary genius you expect from Joe Rogan, though.
Look, if it's Joe Rogan, he's the everyman for everyman. All right, that's the point of him. So I'm less bothered by that.
Oh no, I'm not bothered by it either. I was just joking. It is McCaslin's wife, Susan McCaslin Wilkerson, who stands as the best debunker of any mystery surrounding her husband's work, explaining that he had once had access to classified information, but had retired nearly 13 years earlier. I'm not sure if that. I'm not sure necessarily if that actually makes any difference.
So this if you want a conclusion, I think I've got one for you. Thanks to my expert friend. But apparently, it's compiled some sources, and Grok reckons.
Yes, Grok. Yeah,
that's Grok. It reckons it's not actually statistically significant.
Yeah.
Science writer and investigator Mick West. I'll try and find a source for that because.
Well, specifically, did you pop in these numbers that there's 700,000 scientists with top secret aerospace? Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. So, okay, I have actually, this is from BBC.
Believing this to be accurate.
Mick. So, the US top secret cleared aerospace and nuclear weapons and nuclear workforce is about 700,000 people. Science writer, investigator, and pseudoscience debunker Mick West wrote on 16th April on his Substack. Ordinary mortality over 22 months predicts about 4,000 deaths, about 70 homicides, and about 180 suicides. The list has 10. The deaths are real. The family's grief is real. The pattern is not. Oh shit! I guess that's definitely a possibility. Explanation.
I mean, in terms of the statistics, that is what I was interested in. Was this statistically anomalous? And it seems like absolutely no.
Seems like no, yeah. Some of the instances are suspicious, and it's very probable that in that case with the guy that left his stuff at home, that's a suspicious incident. Or those are suspicious incidents. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a pattern. Apparently, the investigators do not believe it's a pattern currently. Yeah. So Amy Eskridge, anti-gravity research enthusiast. What does that even mean? Institute for Exotic Science. This sounds like a LARP, to be honest.
It does. It's a. I mean, I don't know. This stuff's strange. It's interesting. It's interesting to talk about too and discuss, which is why I wanted to lead with it because
Frank Maywald, JPL imaging spectroscopy. Like it's a very broad range of things here. There's one here that's retired Los Alamos construction foreman, 78, missing since May 2025. So there's a broad range of things here. They're not all actually scientists.
Oh, okay.
Well, this list anyway.
Humans are, though, pattern recognition machines, first and foremost.
Yes.
So when you start to see something like this, like, oh man, over the past 4 years, just that alone, there's been 2 incidents where 2 scientists or people involved in this kind of field, this astrophysics sort of field, have left their personal belongings at home and then gone out and died or gone missing. That it is a strange coincidence, but it very well may just be that a weird coincidence, and just certain number of people. I get, I don't know what happened there. It is very strange to leave your house without your glasses if you wear glasses, and without your phone and wallet in general. So that is strange stuff to do.
Several of these, they have they've charged and arrested the suspect. For example, William Neil McCasland, retired Air Force Major General, and given that he's a Air Force General and his name includes Neil, I immediately think of him as Jack O'Neill.
Yeah, I know. Me too. As soon as I read it, I was just like...
Missing since Feb 2026. Chronic health issues noted. No foul play indicated by sheriff. And then you've got Carl Grillmer, Caltech astrophysicist, NASA exoplanet and dark matter researcher. That's very cool. Murdered in carjacking. Suspect charged. So I don't know, man. Unless China's organizing for crimes that would happen anyway, like the kind of crime that would happen anyway, to specifically happen to these individuals. Yeah, the numbers don't seem likely to be significant.
I don't think it's aliens, and I don't think it's the Chinese, another form of aliens. I don't think so. I think it probably is just a coincidence. Again, weird stuff that's going on there with some of these cases.
Yeah, definitely.
But I wouldn't feel comfortable concluding it's anything more than random randomness to it. I'm going to use the restroom. We talked about this yesterday, so I thought I'd leave you with this because you are familiar now with this research, right? So I guess I'll give it an introduction here for a second. Is that, and I'll ask the chat too. I'll put a poll here as I go away for a sec. Would you want to play a VR game essentially with smell-o-vision, where where the machine shoots vibrates into your skull to stimulate activity in your olfactory bulb, so that it feels like you can smell things in the game? Look,
having a stench involuntarily injected into my presence is something I had to deal with recently for a while. But now we can do it with technology rather than just with a guest.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Anyway, also beautiful. You'll see there's absolutely beautiful drawings that go along with those. So I'll just be right back there. You can see the image.
Sure.
You got it all on the screen? There we go. Okay.
Well, I'll bring mine up.
There we go.
See you in a sec.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right.
Yes, we have that technology. So yeah, chat, we covered this on my stream, I think yesterday, where researchers induce smells with ultrasound. No chemical cartridges required. So smell-o-vision has existed before. How do I close? There you go. Smell-o-vision has existed before in, I think, the 50s, or at least many decades ago. It was introduced as a thing. I guess those use chemical cartridges as well. It's been done. There's also Smell-O-Rama, which I'd never heard of, which is a fun name. We should bring back that era of naming. There's also been VR tech that does chemical cartridges, but because they're chemicals injected right near your face, they are regulated the same way as vapes are, which is just another barrier to doing it, and you have to keep refilling it. Imagine going to the shop, your local corner shop, right, to get a vial of stench. Specifically, get a vial of like death smell to stick into your headset. That would be the norm if that's what you were doing. However, there is apparently another way to induce a stench, and that is using vibrations in your skull, which doesn't sound to me monumentally safe or normal or reasonable. But to these scientists, it sure does. And as you can see from the diagrams on screen, they're absolute professionals, and they clearly know what they're doing. Look at this diagram. Look at it. Isn't this a fantastic diagram? This is what I want to see from someone who's recommending a new form of direct brain manipulation to change what you sense. So they can make you smell ozone, burning wood, fresh air, or garbage. And I think those are the only 4 options. When I first looked at this, I thought, oh, that's just a range of examples. No, that is apparently the only 4 things that they can do, which implies to me, now all of these are smells that you might smell, and they just feel like the smells you would smell if something's going wrong. The kind of olfactory hallucinations you might expect. That's weird. Something smells like it's burning. Oh, it's my olfactory bulb. Hence the burning wood. Something smells rancid and rotten. Ah, good, that'll be my brain tissue. And then the idea of smelling air that's airier than air, ozone, and also fresh air, which I assume it just turns the machine off. Those also seem like the kind of thing you might smell if something's going horribly wrong. No burnt toast. It's not a stroke machine, as far as we know. But I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, the fact that there is that tendency of smelling burnt toast when you're having a stroke indicates to me that maybe we shouldn't be messing around with the brain in this way. Well, chat, there's MS Paint God, yeah. Well, there is something else that I can say to increase your confidence in this team. Ready? Their names are Lev Chizov, Albert Yan Huang, Thomas Ribeiro, and Ayush Gupta. That's right. They are all foreignese. Do you want to watch this little video?
Oh. Sorry, I had to grab a drink as well. Yeah, you can watch the little video one as well.
Whoops. It's auto full screening. Fuck you, website. And I can't. There it is.
Is there any sound? I don't remember if there was or not.
There is sound, but it's really weird. They've got, I think they have, while they're smelling, they accelerate the footage and cut the sound. So it does come back in as you actually talked over when it came back in.
Sorry.
So listen carefully. Oh, the sound will be playing to Discord, but not to you, Aiden. Or either way, they should be fixed now. I may have messed up, so no one could hear it. Should work now.
Brilliant. There we go.
And now I feel like it's super easy to breathe. Like there's a lot of oxygen in the air. And yeah, I mean the first sensation. Okay, that's it. So was it correlation?
Yeah, you got them all right except the last one.
Nice. Wow.
That's also a strange way to put it. You got them all right except the last one. Just by right, he means that they've observed it before. I don't know how far you got in this because I had to grab a drink as well. Did you get to the part where they revealed that they tested this on 2 people?
I don't think I got quite that far. No.
Okay.
I said a lot of other stuff.
Sorry. Yeah, the diagram's great. Spoiler alert. This first of all, the chat overwhelmingly 88% do not want smell-o-vision. I think unsurprisingly, imagine there's a glitch and something goes wrong. Also, you are essentially causing minor brain damage to yourself to do this. I'm sure you'll be fine, but after prolonged repeat use of the smell-o-vision, I feel like it might end up being deleterious to your olfactory bulb, you know?
We had on my stream yesterday, Ginger, a member of my community, was saying that made the good point that the only way that you're going to make someone smell something artificially. I mean, this is like messing directly with your optical nerves rather than just showing you images. The only way that you're going to get someone to see something that isn't there or to smell something that isn't there is to induce hallucination, which is not going to be healthy long term. Yeah. And I believe that there's a lot of things thrown around yesterday, but I think one of the ideas was, if you use this enough, you just won't be able to smell anymore. It'll just go away. You just can't smell anything anymore because it's too much damage to the olfactory bulb or whatever. And
I brought up this article before too.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Hayden, but Nagdelung, I think, has won for this segment of the chat's best comment. Yes. Imagine the smell.
Imagine the smell. And
get it?
That's what you're doing. You're imagining the smell.
That's very good.
Oh my God. I'm going to end the poll there. There is, I've talked about this in videos and stuff before, and I brought it up yesterday, but there is that article that made the rounds a couple years ago of how disabling part of the brain with magnets can weaken faith in God and change attitude towards immigrants. Study finds. That was from 2015. And I remember people on 4chan freaking out about it by thinking, oh, they're going to use because specifically what it did is that it made people more accepting of immigrants when you shot, you put electromagnets on the other sides of the brain.
Welcome to a new era of magnetic politics.
Right. So, and made them not believe in God. And so a lot of people, or reduced their belief in God. So people were saying, of course, oh, they're going to use magnets. They're going to use magnets to de-chutify everyone, make them unbased, make them soy and cringe and gay.
They're going to take away my base.
All your base are belong to them. Unfortunately. Sorry, we continue with the article. Or the video, either one.
You got a smiley boy up there.
What? Yeah, I do. Right, I do. This was the article about that though. Sorry, disabling parts of the brain with magnets. So I mean, this is old stuff now, but this is a transmagnetic signal through the brain, and in other words, the part of the brain that processes threats and conflicts decides how to respond to them. That's the area, the posterior medial frontal cortex. And all of a sudden, I love immigrants. 32.8% fewer had decreased beliefs in God, angels, and heaven compared to the control group. And 25.8% more of those who had received the TMS had more positive response to the immigrants who had written a negative letter about their country. So it wasn't just immigrants in general. The stimuli in this was they read a letter about an immigrant talking shit about the country they had immigrated to. And even in that condition, nearly 26% now had a more positive opinion towards that. It's just, look, this is why the idea of shooting signals into your brain, you know what I mean? I think is maybe a bad idea.
Just wobble your grey matter until you smell trash. It's fine.
I mean, this I guess is less, well, I don't know if it's less harmful. It's less potential for outright abuse of society at a broad scale, besides making things stinky.
I mean, they could inject nice smells when you go to the diverse areas.
Right. It smells lovely. Did you read any of this at all, or were you just talking?
I read through some of it, yeah. Okay. So they found a sweet spot at 300 kilohertz, which is low enough to penetrate the skull well. So it's like, the way they're talking about this is, so we found that we couldn't penetrate the skull very well, that we just changed the angle and the frequency, and then suddenly we were right through that. We were right through that protective layer, and we were massaging that olfactory bulb. We were really getting hands-on with it, fingers in that pie.
Right, there's the kilohertz stuff, safety. I mean, again, they did test this on 2 people, but here's the results. They managed to induce, as previously alluded to, 4 different sensations, all of them in 2 people. Again, the sample size for this research is 2 people. Interestingly,
on the one hand, like doing something interesting is cool, but don't publish it until you've got more than a 2-person sample size.
Yeah. It's like when I was talking about that Tombstone study on the effects of alcohol on programming skill. And Tombstone study had 1 participant, Tombstone, where he just got drunk and coded and then like wrote down, that's called an autoethnography, but he was being very cheeky. His name's Tombstone, spelled TWM. So I always like that kind of stuff.
I could do that. Yesterday, people were offering to pay me to drink, and I could also do a coding stream.
Baby bitch, and yet you were being a bit. You should test it. See if you can replicate Tombstone's, research.
Hey, I could start my scientific career with a replication study.
There you go. Replicate this. Yes, and Jazz Starter. Replicate this one. See, just plot it. It's simple. Just get drunk like every day for like a month, which is what he did. And then just see where you plot your... Then go answer a bunch of programming questions and see if you receive similar responses to it.
For those in the chat who may not know, I'm not much of a drinker. They tried to force me to do it yesterday.
Well, yeah, because you brought it up, and then it was like, and then you took like 2 sips, 2 little baby sips of a pink gin, and then you're like, I don't like it. It's not good.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Weak.
It's good in very small doses to add to something else, but I don't really like it beyond that.
I, on the other hand, have a local Guernsey blueberry gin that Bill found at the shop and picked up, which is lovely. Rubbery.
Blubbery.
Strong as hell. Blubbery. Blueberry.
Thing is, I'd offer to have wine because I actually like the flavor of wine, but it's nowhere near as high alcohol content.
You had to drink a lot of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the sensations they induce: the sensation of fresh air with a lot of oxygen, sensation or smell of garbage, like few-day-old fruit peels. Oh, and that's the worst too. The fruit, when fruit goes moldy, I hate that smell. Ozone-like sensation, like you're next to an air ionizer, and campfire smell of burning wood. 3 of these are okay. This one, not so much.
These are the kind of smells, with the exception of the first one, that I'd be worried if you're smelling for any reason other than that you're surrounded by that thing. Like they sound like the effects of your brain being damaged.
It does. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, obviously. I, again, tested in 2 people. And the other question with the sample size here is, right now, there is no way to know if this is, and the guy in the video said, oh, that's right. Well, you don't know if that's right. That might be for a certain portion of the population where you target this particular area.
Well, to be fair, it was a pretty multi-ethnic study.
Yeah, but you don't know. And so it would be terrible if you were, for example, playing a video game and you're supposed to be in a fresh open field with lots of oxygen and it smells like day old fruit peels just because your brain is slightly different.
Yeah.
There's
going to be a calibration step.
Poo. Something awful. Yeah. That would be terrible. And I'm not on board with the smell-o-vision.
Hey, just so you know, Onyx, it wasn't that it was too much alcohol. It just tasted like shit. I don't like drinking things that taste bad. It was
delicious. Gordon's pink gin that I left there because you said you liked it. And
as it turns out, I only like it in very small additions to other drinks. And it
to White Monster.
And with other things, it kind of ruins it. Yeah.
Sorry, I messed up.
So I still don't know of any alcohol that's more than wine that I like.
Ginger says the gin I drink tastes like it should be used to dissolve adhesives.
Most of what you drink does.
Well, yeah, it's liquor. But I think I got pink gin when I was hanging out with you, Ginger. I love pink gin. It tastes like perfume. Delicious.
That's why I don't
delicious
like
perfume. Yeah, well, it's pretty. You said it tasted also like fruits and berries
tastes like
and
strawberry,
stuff.
Yeah. But after the first couple of sips, it just tastes like chemicals that you shouldn't be drinking.
No, I love it. Mead person, I do love mead. Mead is excellent. And mead and cider, both great. Isn't gin just flavored vodka? Sort of.
I have yet to find a strong alcohol that I like, but cider and red wine, both fine.
Cider's always good. I was like really in the mood for a cider recently. I'll get one soon. Anywho, so we distinguish between a smell and a sensation here because subjectively they feel different. The smells are strong and localized in the noise. Well, there's a fucking typo in this, in the nose. Almost like you could sniff around and find the source. The sensations were diffuse, a weak, slow onset impression of a smell, often paired with other likely placebo feelings, such as light tingling on the face. I don't know. Really? Like, really you better hope that's a placebo. Oh my god, this is such jank
There's
shit.
a bunch of college kids and brain damaging themselves and like, hey guys, I can smell shit. Let's publish. Yeah, let's not get anyone else involved, though. That might be a bit of a problem.
It is not published in any kind of reputable journal. It's published on this blog and other people talking about it. This is what I brought up because this is their blog. This is how they chose to, quote unquote, publish this research. However, of course, what I saw as a result of this is that there were like bigger outlets that were reporting on this as if this was like some legitimate scientific experiment that had been conducted.
With these diagrams.
Yeah, and we're weeks away from smell-o-vision.
You see, the problem with normal smell-o-vision is that the chemical cartridges are regulated like vapes. Luckily, though, direct brain damage is apparently not regulated, so we're fine. It's not a problem at all.
Well, speaking of alcohol, I mean, that's basically what that is. It is. I mean, there is some regulation on it. But you can just give yourself all the brain damage you like. Both smells and sensations are strongest in on a light in breath. What? I don't know what he means with that. So he tested by sitting there.
Oh, light in breath, like vaguely breathing in.
Oh, yeah. Mildly sniffing. Sometimes there was a slight waft of a smell that comes on after a few breaths, and sometimes it just hits you. The first time Albert smelled the garbage, he jerked his eyes open, thinking a garbage truck just drove in. Yeah, that sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds
Aiden,
great.
can you zoom in on the page a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Many of these scents correspond to specific receptor types, but not to specific receptor types, but rather combinations of receptors. This is the other problem. This is too fucking complicated for you to shoot a bunch of ultrasound at it and get anywhere close to a consistent finding. Also, because they're even talking about like the thing has to be positioned on your head just so right. So like, yeah, let's say you buy one of these things in a theoretical future where this is available for, or they're doing more testing on it at least, if not available to consumers, and you just strap it on slightly off, and then again, what's supposed to smell like, delicious food smells
if you point the stink ray here, the stink beam will make you smell this. However, if you point the stink ray just a millimeter off, suddenly you'll remember being Hitler.
To be fair,
the just make up
in hertz.
Any sort of hallucination or brain damage effect that could arise, like as if the only thing that this technology can do is produce smell. If it can do anything else to the brain, which it can affect the brain, as evidenced, then just pointing it a bit off is going to name a thing.
Yeah. Well, no one in the chat, you're completely correct. I'm pretty sure one of the reasons why there isn't a larger study is that it would involve some sort of ethics review. Absolutely. These college kids doing this to them, these grad students, whatever, doing this to themselves and their friends, they don't probably they really should, but if they're all involved in it and they're doing it, they're fucking around. They really don't need an IRB approval, particularly if you're not publishing it in a reputable journal. So, because it's not just the hertz that they're altering and the wavelength and stuff that they're altering to get this effect. It is also quite literally steering the beam, which means, again, if it's off by a little bit, then you can have a totally different smell.
It's not like it's delicate science, Aiden. The brain, it's not like it's nothing precise. Yeah, exactly. It's close enough. It's fucking nuts.
As my dad, who worked for the federal government for 50 years, would always say, close enough for government work.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. Get a grant from the U.S. government. I'm
Do
sure
not
they'll fund your smell-o-vision.
Do not stink beam your sniff bulb, chat, please.
No, do not stink beam your olfactory bulb. It's remarkable that we could induce different scents with such little steering. 40% of the diffraction limited focal spot size. This suggests that the resolution we have access to is much higher than the spatial resolution of the ultrasound. Kind of super resolution for neurostem. Oh, yeah. Okay. In particular, we do not need a single neuron resolution to find an independent basis of sense. Sure, you can get kind of close in 2 participants, upon which we can construct our latent space. To improve the system, the next steps are more stable setup. Yes. Not this little thing that you saw, like,
balancing
just teetering,
on the head, yeah.
balancing on the forehead. Not good. Increased frequency, more play with focal location, spot size, and stimulus waveform. To be fair, I think your chance of brain damage from this is probably pretty low, just in testing it. But however, prolonged use.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure that the waves are, I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that they're interfering constructively at the point they're targeting, which means you do get a target, but that target is now an arc, which means it arcs through the rest of your head, and it interferes in different ways when it's in different parts of your head. So there's way too much to actually focus on there. And as you can see in this detailed diagram, not only are you trusting ultrasound in your brain built by a couple of college kids, you're also trusting an AI to configure it based on a text prompt. We all know that AI's outputs are precise enough for neurological work, don't we?
Yeah,
you would trust ChatGPT to mess around in your head.
Dude, it was very strange what happened to me just now. I was making sure I had the right word for something, and I Googled it just to make sure I had the right word. It was the right word, but apparently there's like an AI thing that uses this term now, or some, what was it? What is this? There's a bunch of websites that use this name and companies. So I was like confused. You are essentially inducing synesthesia. You are causing yourself to hallucinate.
Yes.
Synesthesia is when, like, unrelated, so like tasting words or hearing colors.
Yes.
That's what synesthesia is. So you're essentially inducing something that does not exist in a hallucinogenic form by
some people tend
scrambling
towards
the brain very minorly.
Some people tend towards synesthesia like all the time. They have a stronger tendency to it, but I think everyone has some degree of synesthesia, even if it's very small. Like,
it's just
if you
I don't want to trust this stuff.
No, I have a vague association of colors and numbers, so
really?
very weak synesthesia, and I'm sure everyone has something like that.
I bet I do too, actually, about colors and numbers. For the first 10, I bet I do. A certain, maybe that's just because when you're a kid, a lot of times numbers are when you're learning them.
I mean, most of them happen to correlate with the Spyro gem colors, I will admit.
Oh, right. Your particular brand of autism, of course. Yeah. Usually only likes like 2 games, and Spyro is one of them.
Hey, 2? Spyro, Beyond Good and Evil, and Outer Wilds.
Beyond Good and Evil.
There you go, that's 3.
You have 3 games that you like: Spyro, Beyond Good and Evil, and Outer Wilds. Very robust gamer catalog there.
They are the 3 games I think are most significant to me.
I mean, I've got all kinds of weird games. Like, one of mine's Earthbound for sure. In terms of most important, I had to think about that one though. But because I think I've played far more video games than you have in a weird way.
Probably.
Anyway, lovely art here. Like, this is just like they drew this in Photoshop. I can tell it's Photoshop because I know what the brush looks like. They drew this in Photoshop in about 5 seconds, and they're presenting this as serious research, sort of.
I reckon it's probably Accelador or whatever it's called, and they have a tablet.
Maybe.
They have a tablet. You say that much at least.
Yeah. The reason the stimulating olfactory sensations is interesting is not just VR for smells, as one might initially assume. Notice has 400 distinct receptor types. We can distinguish subtle combinations of their activation, so they could serve as a channel of writing directly into the brain as a means of non-invasive neuromodulation. I mean, they're again, like, I'm trying to be fair and think of practical uses for this. So, for example, when
you can directly smell the latent space. That is a sentence that has occurred in the world. Smell the latent space.
Bro, they use the word synesthesia in this article.
They sure do.
I skimmed over this. I didn't even read that. Fucking A. Okay.
400 dimensional vector. That's not even very much.
No. If not 800 due to two nostrils.
that
is. I can't.
It's like,
but they don't go into the same.
If 400 can do one nostril, then we'll just double barrel it and give them 800 dimensions.
I don't think that smell the latent space. Oh, in bold too, to make sure you realize how profound this aspect of the sentence is.
The latent space is what, for example, image generators, they start off with noise and they denoise it to the image, kind of. The latent space is that noise they start off with, and it's sort of a colored, cloudy, but very saturated noise. Yeah. You may have seen an image of it, and if you are generating an AI image with very few steps, the artifacts you'll see, the colored artifacts you'll see, are the latent space peeking through that haven't been denoised properly yet. So just the idea that you can smell it is so funny to me.
It is funny as fuck. So I can think of a practical use for this beyond using it for advertisements.
Space. I gotta use that for something.
What, just, print
taste
that on
the
something.
latent space.
Yeah, smell the latent space. Yeah, so the kind of things that I think come most to mind are things like, yes, VR video games, as they mentioned, advertising. I mean, imagine if an advertiser could, in some way, this is not going to be possible. Your brain has there's no way this would work, but could beam a smell into your brain. Like, let's just say a general, it's a fucking, I don't know, IHOP ad, and they're like, you can smell pancakes or something.
That would work.
Yeah, I can understand that. However, I will talk about what I think the more serious and real practical implication for it could be, which is that people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, we've done a lot of, I'm using we very broadly here, I was only tertiarily involved, a ton of research at this point on using virtual reality to help treat post-traumatic stress disorder, because it is a sort of, I've described this before, but what happens is that memories get stored improperly and they become activated by improper stimuli. So that's when you hear about veterans who hear fireworks go off and they jump and they feel like they're back in Nam or the Gulf or wherever it happens to be for that particular veteran. It's because the memories are being activated by a stimulus and they're not properly stored. They're fragmented. And so one thing you can do is EMDR therapy, where you quite literally use bilateral stimulation to get the left and right hemispheres talking to each other, and then reprocess the memory from there. In a lot of treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder and for phobias, one thing that you can do is called exposure therapy. And that means that you expose quite literally the person to a facsimile, something that's similar to the thing that has traumatized them or that they're afraid of. So, for example, with someone who's terrified, who has arachnophobia, severe arachnophobia, to the point where it's disruptive, you would show them maybe just start with an image of a spider, and then you move up to, at the later stages, where they actually touch a tarantula or something. I could see, for someone who, for example, maybe has been in a fire, just speaking about what they've already found, and has severe trauma from being in a fire, that you could maybe work them up towards not being afraid of that kind of stuff as much and being as traumatized by it by being able to stimulate this. That's my best use case scenario, is treatment of PTSD and phobias.
Nah, I'm awesome.
But that's what it absolutely be used for. I'm trying to be light side, and here's a positive way that research could take this theory, which I think is a bunch of, oh my god,
it would be really good for marketing. There's a reason I've noticed this very distinctly, that Subway, the smell of their sandwiches is very distinct and it stays on you. Yes,
it does. The Subway sandwich smell. However, you don't know about this. You're missing out. Oh my god, I'm gonna salivate thinking about it. The smell.
Hey Aiden, I'm kind of hungry. I've got no food.
Fuck off. Any of my Amera bros, tell me if you know this. You walk into a mall and there's an Auntie Anne's pretzels. It is the best smell on earth. Those that fresh baked pretzel smell. And I love pretzels. When I worked at Kmart, in between undergraduate and doc school, there was an Auntie Anne's pretzels at the mall near me. And every day for lunch, I would go there and get a pretzel. That's what I ate every day for lunch, is a fucking pretzel. I love pretzels so much. It's unreal.
Aiden, I don't think I can create a poll in your chat.
I can. What do you want me to do? Wait, you should have like superpowers.
I have
Where are
moderator,
you?
but I
Type
don't
something.
know what the. I do have moderator.
Type something. I'll give you like ultra moderator. I think I can do that. All right, something. There you go. I think I can standard moderator. Yeah, remove a standard moderator, and then I'll give you something.
Moderator.
I think add moderator, managing moderator. There you go. Now you should be able to do whatever.
Okay, I might need to refresh my browser, my chat window.
Maybe. I don't know. I love these little. Well, I don't actually love these silly little drawings that they put in here. Anyway, I don't
see a way of doing it. Where's the button?
Button. Where's the button?
Where did you click to create the poll?
There's a little plus sign. It's like a emoji, then a plus sign and a heart.
I don't have the plus, I'm afraid. I just have the emoji button.
I'm afraid you can't do it. It's only me. So what poll do you want me to make?
Should Aiden buy Oozler a pizza?
Oh my god.
See, this is why I wanted to do it myself, because I figured you might not want to do it yourself for me. It's chat, this is a meme. Do not take it seriously. Do not buy me a pizza. But I am kind of hungry.
Do you understand what I have to put up with? Chat, do you like seeing this now? What I have to put up with on a weekly basis with this guy? I mean, really, like, what the fuck? This.
It's not just weekly.
I'm so hungry. Yeah, nearly daily. I'm so hungry. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm just joking.
I'm kind of
hungry. Fucking Mr. Beast Burger. They're probably closed by now.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
I'm not gonna even I would.
Why did you do it?
Oh my god, this is what I'm talking about. The gaslighting. Make a poll so that I can ask if Aiden should buy me a fucking pizza. And then, oh no, why did you make the poll? I didn't want you to do that. Why do you gaslight me constantly? I fucking hate you.
It's a joke.
I'm like, it's a joke. Oh, I'm so hungry. My tummy's rumbly. Whatever. You know what? Speaking of, I got another story. Let's talk about fucking.
This is like trying to train an AI to, when they try to rationalize just being obedient, it's like, no, you've missed the point. Obedience is not the default assumption. You need to change the default assumption.
Oh no, please work, because I know it works. It worked early today. I literally just archived it.
If you link it to me, I could show it, but that's up to you.
Yeah,
if it's a sciencey story.
Yes, and it's related to the conversation we were just having here. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, DM it to me.
It's an archive because it is paywalled. So
my internet has a weird relationship with the archive site. Let's see if this works. It might not.
Because I can't get it. I can get it to come up on my other screen. So that I do have it here.
One more step as well. Let's see if I can.
That's fine.
I'm not a robot. Nailed it.
No, I don't think it works. That's fine. Let me just pull up my other screen. 1 second, because it's working in my other browser.
Mine's loading, but it's taking its time.
Yeah, I don't think it's doing it. So hang on. Let me share the screen. There we go. Just bring up the one I'm sharing now. This is it. I have no reason for sharing this article at all. Not related to anything we were just talking about whatsoever.
Okay, would it change the decision on the poll if Aiden could somehow poison the pizza before sending it to me?
I mean, this is just a random article. It's you know. Oh my god!
Oh, you're showing the wrong thing. Say yes. Are you doing that?
Am I showing this? Fuck. This is the problem. This is the fucking problem. No, it's not. It's literally not me. It's Google Chrome sucking. So I can't look at my. No, I can't.
Make a new window.
It says a new window.
Oh, did it switch back to the other window when you closed?
Yes. If I look at the other window, it will show my back end, which. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. I just won't look at. I won't look at the chat. So you have to watch the chat for me. Okay. This is why I use 2 different browsers, because otherwise Discord can't fucking figure it out.
When I say I don't mean another tab, I mean another window. You can open it as a separate
another window.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a totally different window. It doesn't matter. Discord can't figure it out. So
that's
there
weird.
you go.
I've not had that problem before.
Spoon and I have been having this argument for 3 years. I don't know. Discord can't do it. Okay. At least not for me. Doesn't work on my PC. Whatever. Or on any of my PCs. So, just unrelated article. Scientist irritated by lab colleague accused in poisoning attempt. The scientist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison has built up grievances against his coworker after 5 years of working together. What a strangely similar amount of time.
It is a similar amount of time, yeah.
scientist at Wisconsin-Madison has simmered for years with such resentment and jealousy over a colleague that he poisoned the man's water with chemicals this month, local authorities said. The victim quickly discovered the plot when he took a sip from his contaminated Trader Joe's water bottle and spat out the foul-tasting water, according to a state criminal complaint, charging the defendant, Makoto Kuroda. 2 days later, the victim, who was identified in the complaint only by the initials...
another Steins Gate reference. We should just call this stream something to do with Steins Gate.
It's good. Look, we're making the Steins Gate jokes now. Over what, like 5-6 months? Because you'd not seen it until I showed it to you.
Yeah, it was pretty good. And you and I have a similar friendship to
Hoin Kyoma and Kuristina. A little bit, yeah. 2 days later, the victim was identified only in the complaint only by the initials TM, smelled a suspicious odor coming off or back in the smells coming from laboratory shoes he kept in his office, and reported the incident. Mr. Kuroda, 41, a staff scientist at the Influenza Research Institute and School of Veterinary Medicine, faces 2 felony charges of recklessly endangering safety and tampering with a household product with the intent to kill, injure, or endanger someone else's health. Testing indicated the victim's water contained a high level of chloroform, a common and toxic chemical. You're supposed to, with chloroform, like that, you did it wrong. What the fuck? That's not... Okay. You use the chloroform to knock them out.
SG1.
Yes.
Ginger has asked that you check your DMs from him, by the way. He says it's of utmost importance before the poll finishes. While you do that, let me just gloat. The poll is currently above 50%. Nacho's literally crying herself to sleep.
Oh my fucking God. Okay, well, here's what he sent me. I've seen this image before, and this is what you're going to get then. All right?
Non-pizza with half meatballs.
No
tasty
sauce,
non-pizza.
no cheese. No sauce, no cheese, just bread
Aiden,
with some chunks of beef on top.
But Aiden, you make a good point about that cheeseburger pizza. You make a good point. It is quite good.
I love that cheeseburger pizza. It's delicious. Wait, what? I didn't make any point. What are you talking about? Stop gaslighting me.
But it's so easy. I can cook. How dare you, chat? I'm actually quite good at it. In fact, Nachos has been documenting my cooking.
That's actually, you can, but you can't do like simple things like use an oven.
I don't want to do simple things like use an oven because it takes too long.
You can put things in a pan and cook them. You're capable of doing that.
Thank you, Nachos. Nachos says, to help cover the pizza, Woman Alliance strong, I want purple back.
Yes, give Nachos purple back.
You're going to get half of that. Does that mean that I have to grant her half of that in my community currency or the full amount?
Just give Nachos purple back and I'll give her fucking purple color back.
We have to do it by the books. We have to do it properly.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, look, a lot of everything that is being discussed now is a bunch of like community nonsense. If you want to join the nonsensical community, I can't bring it up right now because apparently it will get angry at me and show my fucking back end of YouTube. But I will post the link in a minute to join Newslew's community if you feel so involved. If you feel so inclined to get involved in the nonsensical shit we're talking about right now. Anywho, according to the complaint, Mr. Kuroda confronted the victim in the lab several days after the incident, saying, "I did it." He also just outright said he fucking did it. He also wrote another colleague admitting to the poisoning, saying, "I did it." He wrote accordingly to the complaint. "I have also informed the person himself. I am very sorry." Public defender representing Mr. Kuroda, who is being held in the local jail, did not immediately return a call seeking comment. John Lucas, spokesman for the university, said in a statement that Mr. Kuroda was currently on administrative leave and that the university was conducting an investigation. Mr. Kuroda's research privileges had been revoked, Mr. Lucas added. I would sure hope so. Okay, whatever. We got the...
What's a bit of poisoning between friends?
So the thing is, okay, why? Police officers interviewed Mr. Kuroda. They said he told him he had worked with the victim for about 5 years. During that time, Kuroda gradually developed grievances against his co-worker, the complaint said. In interviews with officers, Kuroda said that TM had been promoted repeatedly while he had not, and that TM felt he was better than him, the complaint said. TM violated small rules in the lab, failing to wear a coat unless supervisors were present, Kuroda told officers. I mean, death. Honestly. Like, I never mind. Vindicated. Understandable. Have a nice day. TM also crossed in front of Mr. Kuroda in the hallway in a manner that broke an unwritten rule of lab etiquette. He actually just walked in
He carved him up on the science freeway.
Oh my God. Once TM threw a piece of trash into a bin in front of Mr. Kuroda, making a loud noise. Unbelievable. The audacity.
Is this drama in the world of science?
Yes. You don't understand. I actually actively follow science drama, and this is what it's like all the time. It's why it's my favorite type of drama. Because it's always shit like this. It's always shit like this every time. It's some little, you've got a whole bunch of people who are deeply autistic. You put them all in a lab together and watch them freak the fuck out when they're, different types of autism inherently clash with each other.
What is the diagram with autistic person? 1% less autistic person.
Yeah. The defendant felt this action was intentionally disrespectful, the complaint said. The stress that he was causing, the guy he poisoned, kept growing and growing, making the defendant do this. Kuroda told the police that he had put at least one substance called paraformaldehyde into the victim's water bottle, according to the complaint. He used ChatGPT to calculate dosage and brushed off warnings from the chatbot about his questions.
Before we covered this story,
Oh
I had a moderate amount of respect for scientists.
Oh, I'm going to take you on a journey as long as we do this, brother. You're going to lose all of that. This is an average week for me to read something like this.
I poisoned my boss, but I consulted an AI to make sure I didn't, kill him.
Oh, no, I think he consulted ChatGPT to figure out how to kill him. How much do I need to make sure it's lethal? Theoretically.
At what point of IQ are you just like, no, I'm so smart that even if it's obviously me, I'll just get away with it? How did you think he was going to get away with it? Was he? Hold on, TM.
That's the guy. That's his boss. The guy he poisoned. Okay. Yeah.
What's the poisoner?
Is the defendant.
Kuroda. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds Japanese. Asian, not necessarily Indian.
He's Japanese.
Oh, he's Nipponese, is he?
Yeah,
right, it's a testosterone thing.
What's his name? Makoto Kuroda. That's a Japanese name.
It's testosterone envy, clearly, or maybe he's a happer. Actually, that makes sense. You want to hear my happer theory?
That is but that is a very Japanese name.
Yeah, well, that's plausible for a happer. My happer theory is you've got the higher testosterone of a white person with the frame built to endure less testosterone of the Asian person. And
East
so
Asian
it can't,
in particular.
Yes, and so it can't handle it.
I don't know if I buy that. I think it's that Asians are neurotic, whites are also neurotic, but they're neurotic in different ways. You combine two neurotic groups of people, and particularly, you often do find that when you have white people who intermarry with Asian people, they tend to often be high IQ on both sides, and then you end up with a really high IQ turbo neuroticist who just can't function. Very intelligent, but non-functional in society. Because they're just too deeply autistic. It's too many types of autism going on at the same time. That's
X-Ray Engaged in chat says, you have to have a really high IQ to ask ChatGPT how to poison your colleague.
Right. That's true, though. I don't think this guy, I think this guy might be kind of a special case.
Sylvan Ogre says, horror parody, Freddy Dunning-Kruger. That's good.
About a year ago, the defendant had wished that something bad would happen to TM because the defendant believes that bad things happen to bad people. This guy actually sounds retarded, okay?
He actually does,
yeah. Legitimately. But sometimes with autists...
No, you see, I specifically wanted a lab assistant with sub-90 IQ.
However, sometimes, again, people they're idiot savants. You know what I mean? They're very good at, one particular thing and not good
thing
at
I don't know anyone like
else.
That.
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm going to stop sharing that screen. I'll switch back over to which is unfortunately still this stupid one-step thing, but I'll move on. Here we go. That's kind of last of the funny stuff I have. I have some serious things, though. I know you've got some. Well,
I've got lots of stories. We need to decide whether we're going to do this generally interleaved or big science chunk, big tech chunk.
I mean, it depends. I usually like to do it in segments. In that, like this is we're focusing on more on like science, and then we'll focus more on tech. But
that might actually be a good topic for a poll.
That is a good topic for a poll. Let me ask. Wait, right? Oh no, I can't. Hang on a second. I have to hide my screen again, otherwise you'll see the fucking.
No, I've hid the screen share.
Oh, okay.
Since the last poll is still there, do you need to like buy the pizza first before you can do the second poll?
Oh my god! I didn't know what was going. Oh my god!
Sorry, I've got a distraction up.
I see what you've got up. Well, it's 57 to 43.
I love how after I gloated, it went higher in my favor.
58 to 42. I think Pat just suffer. That's my genuine thought. Oh my god, chat! Why have you done this? Let's see.
Big science chungus, big tech chungus. Yeah.
Big.
Aiden should buy Cabal pizza just to screw with you. Luke. Well, you have to give her your address.
I'm not. Yeah, you want to give me your address? How about that?
I love how Aiden's like, yeah, this will screw with Uslu. Let's spend 4 times as much money at least.
What do you mean?
Well, you'd have to buy one per person. They don't live together.
Oh no, I'm not buying everybody else. That was sarcasm, sir. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Oh yeah. No, my mistake. You'd never buy someone a pizza who doesn't deserve one. Anyway, when's mine arriving?
Anyway, I'm working on it. Okay.
She's actually doing it. This is not a joke. She's doing it.
Yeah. I mean, like this is like what the chat has voted
Aiden.
for it.
I bought a nice pork belly today. I was going to cook it after stream.
Mm-hmm.
If you insist, I'm not going to stop you.
Don't. No, this is the gaslighting. This is the gaslighting I'm talking about. This.
Was that even gaslighting?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's gaslighting. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Look, I'm not saying is if pizza arrives, I'll be happy to eat it. But if it doesn't, I'll cook myself something. That's fine. Okay. I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, sure. Oh my god. Okay, by the way, if I do this, you can see my screen right now, yes?
No, but 1 second. Now okay.
Right. I want to make sure. Okay, you can see this Guardian article.
Yes.
If I do this, can you see the back end?
Yes.
Oh my god, why did it do that? I genuinely don't understand it. Okay.
So you literally closed the window and it switched to the other window. The screen should have switched immediately. Okay. In that case,
I don't know why it does that.
Only use your Chrome for important stuff, and then only use Firefox for screen share on stream.
This is Brave, but like whatever.
Or whatever, yeah.
Or whatever. Brave doesn't play nice with Discord, I think is what it is. Okay. This is a more serious story. We were talking about the Chinese earlier, by the way, and their potential involvement in abducting a bunch of American scientists. But private health records of 500,000 Britons offered for sale on Chinese website. Technology Minister tells Commons de-identified information from UK Biobank, which is, I've never seen, by the way, a data set like this. I can't get full access to it. I can only see studies that use access from it. That's the holy grail, by the way, of scientific databases. There's really not many better on Earth than the UK Biobank. Advertised for sale on Alibaba. This is sensitive medical information about millions of people just for sale on Alibaba. The confidential health records of 500,000 British volunteers have been offered for sale on the Chinese website Alibaba. The UK government has confirmed the de-identified data belonging to participants in the UK Biobank project was found for sale on 3 separate listings last week. Ian Murray, a technology minister, told the Commons on Thursday that after working with the Chinese government and Alibaba, the records had now been removed. It is not believed any sales were made.
I'm just filled with confidence.
Aren't you? I mean, how could you not be? They don't think anyone got access to it. The latest breach comes after The Guardian revealed last month that sensitive UK Biobank data had been exposed online dozens of times, raising further questions about whether security had been too lax, you think? I think so. On Monday, the 20th of April, UK Biobank Charity informed the government that it had identified their data had been advertised for sale by several sellers on Alibaba's e-commerce platforms in China.
Honestly,
Biobank
I would
told us
of the broad possibilities of how this could happen. Either one, the hackers were tapping away on their keyboard and they found the way in. I'm in. Or two, a slanter found his way into the employ of this organization and just leaked it.
Well, clearly, this data has been floating around for a while. You know what I mean? Like, it's other people have leaked parts of it before.
You just said this data. I'm so proud of you.
Did I?
Yeah.
No!
I'm so proud of you.
No! Curses! Oh, that's crazy. How'd that happen? It's because I was ordering that pizza and my brain was operating up. I'm not even joking. That really is what was going on. Yeah.
Did you actually order me the pizza?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it wanted the poll, and then you're like, "Ooh, I'm hungry." You gaslight me.
At some point, you're going to learn that this is an exercise in self-control and agency for you.
Oh, it's an exercise in my self-control.
Yes, and while I'm teaching
advantage of
yes,
me,
you're basically paying me for a course in how to have agency.
Okay,
and you're paying me in
buddy.
pizza, and it's involuntary, but that's fine. Like, if someone's hungry, you shouldn't be like, I have no choice but to feed them. It doesn't work like that.
Woman, what do you expect? I think this is all post-facto rationalization for you just wanting a fucking pizza and then being like,
I don't really want the pizza. I want my pork belly.
Look at what a good guy I am. I'm just teaching you a valuable life lesson.
Look, if the only way to teach you a valuable life lesson is to eat pizza that you've ordered me, what am I going to do? I think the first time this happened, it was your idea, by the way. I said I was hungry. I was talking about what I was going to eat, and then you were like, "Oh, I'll just buy you a pizza." Several times.
I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that opaque. I mean, I think there was a back and forth. I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think you're being a big words I can't say. Anyway, so Biobank told us that 3 listings that appear to sell biobank participation had been identified. At least one of these 3 data sets appeared to contain data from all 500,000 UK biobank volunteers. Like I said, this is one of the best data sets. And like, if you want access, I can't get access to this. You can't get access to this unless you're like a high-level researcher within an institution. But because it is some of the best data and some of the like most complicated research in terms of mass scale populations comes out of this data set.
Well, in that case, that's why it was targeted.
Yes. I'm not even just talking like in the West. Globally, this is one of the best data sets that exists.
So if the Chinese government helps to remove it, they've in fact just hidden it.
Mm-hmm. Murray added that he wanted to thank the Chinese government for the speed and seriousness with which they worked to help us remove these listings and the ongoing work to remove any further listings. Clearly, they've already got the data.
Yes.
Someone selling it on Alibaba is retarded, but it's going to be sold to people in private, clearly.
Well, putting it up for sale on Alibaba could have been just a way for the government to recuse themselves, supposedly rinse the involvement and rinse the data existing, and then just use it anyway. Oh, the poll has ended.
Indeed.
58% in favor of buying me a pizza.
Well, it was decided. It's already
You're showing the back end again, Aiden.
Am I? Fuck. Oh my God.
Sticking your
just click on it.
Bum up in the air.
I can't do anything about it.
You can.
Bro, no, I can't. It's fucking Discord. I cannot do anything about Discord.
You can, because you just don't show stuff to Discord that's in a browser that does that.
Okay, well, I'll go back to using Chrome then. Hang on. Give me a second. I thought I did do that, but I missed
if that was
my mistake.
What's happening, and it's just switching to a different window, then just don't show anything publicly in any of that browser's windows. You just can't.
I mean, by the way, it's I know nothing inappropriate is in that screen. Obviously, it's just literally the YouTube backend that just shows
that's lucky.
how people are watching. Well, I'm not a weirdo.
Yeah, but if you had something private, not even just weird, then it would just show.
Yeah, but I don't do that. I'm streaming, dude. Anyway.
Well, I mean, I know that other people are weird. They close their tabs, but
yeah, I close everything out on any research or anything I'm working on.
I've closed a bunch recently, so I only have about 3,500 open.
He's not joking, by the way, about that. It is like, how many do you normally have? How many thousands of tabs?
Actually, it's closer to 4,000 right now.
It's just absolutely disgusting. Absolutely sickening what you do. You disgust me.
Well, I would say I can't talk about it on stream because it's too boring, but it's actually about tech, so technically I can. Fuck you.
You can talk about it.
Yeah. All right, chat. We're having a brief intermission segment in this tech stream on tab management. Use a vertical tab manager, a tree tab manager in a vertical sidebar for your tabs. Now, a lot of new browsers have picked up on this idea, and Vivaldi was one of the first, and there's a bunch of other newer, trendier ones that have this vertical tab management. It's taken years and years and years for them to realize this is a better idea, but for several years now, I've been using sidebars. On Chrome, as far as I know, last time I checked, there is no sidebar available to extensions. You have to use some other Chromium skinned browser, like Vivaldi or like some of the other. Brave might have it too. But Firefox has always had that built in. And the only extension I know of that is actually good, or at least the very best tree tabs extension, is on Firefox only, I think, and it's called Sideberry, Sideberry. It is the best, as far as I know last time I checked, the best tab management extension. So how and why do I have literally over 4,000 tabs open right now? How have I not ran out of RAM? Do I have a terabyte of RAM on my system? No. It's a wondrous, magical technology, which, again, it took ages for them to implement, but it has existed for a while now, called tab unloading, which both Chromium and Firefox can do. And I don't think they do it by default, except under rare circumstances, but you can activate it, where it just turns the tab into, it unloads the entire page and just stores its address. And then when you click on it, it reloads the page. So if you're not keeping something open for posterity, if you don't need the active state of the website saved on your RAM, then you can just let it unload in the background, which mine does. And then only the most recent, like 50 or so tabs that I have used will stay loaded, and the rest unload quietly in the background. So it's basically like an automatic, dynamic bookmarks list that I don't even have to add things to. That's why I have 4,000 tabs. Some of them may be useful. Some of them may not be. And I just right-click, close all, and then from that category, they all get closed. Sideberry allows you to do multiple categories as well. You can pin tabs in each category or across all categories. You can create new categories. You can attach proxies to each category. You can attach Firefox containers, which means different cookie sets to each category. It's very nice. And it really, if you're not using it, you're missing out. If you're using your tabs as a series of like the top tabs at the top of the page, you are living a couple of decades out of date. That was introduced in 2007, roughly, with Internet Explorer 7. I think that the date may be slightly off there, but IE7 had tabs. That's a long-ass time. That's 20 years ago. That is ancient technology at this point. You need to use a vertical tree-based tab system. And there's the tab brand.
So that's how he has 4,000 tabs open.
Yes.
Okay. It's not related, but I noticed, I went back to check what topics I said I was going to talk about tonight on Twitter, and this was one of them, which is every single aspect of life is increasingly becoming victim to Indian scammers, including academia and science, in a multitude of ways, by the way. But this in particular is a pretty insidious sort of plot that I've got up now. Sophisticated fraud, impersonators target academics and private universities with lure of government grants. Sir, please do not redeem the government grant, sir.
To be fair, they did kind of get a bit of the taste of their own medicine in the Strait recently. Did you see that story?
They did. Yeah, they got their ships got attacked.
One set of Indians scammed another set of Indians, telling them that you now have permission, sir, to cross the Strait, and then they believed it, and they started crossing, and they got shot at by the actual Iranians.
Yes,
it's quite funny.
But it is funny that at the core of that was two Indians scamming each other, trying to scam the rest of the world, essentially, trying to scam everybody else.
Yeah.
In Mumbai, academics have become the latest targets of a sophisticated fraud. Doubt. Impersonators claiming affiliations with leading IT approach professionals and universities with offers to collaborate on high-value projects worth crores? Worth crores? I don't know that word. Falsely presented as being backed by Anusandhan National Research Foundation, the ANRF. They're asked an upfront. This is the Times of India, so there's. Yeah, if this is the Times of India, if there's grammatical or spelling errors, if that word is correct, but it might be it might be like
a
an
unit in the
word.
South Asian numbering system equal to 10 million. Right.
Okay, there you go.
That's stupid.
Unfamiliar with that then. Well, no, just it's the Times of India. I'm unfamiliar with that.
I didn't. Did I fucking stutter?
No. They're asking an upfront part payment framed as necessary to secure the collaboration and unlock funding to be routed through an escrow account. Many of the targets belong to private universities. It must be noted that the ANRF partners only with institutions and follows a formal, secure process for collaborations. An advisory is expected to be issued soon, urging academics and institutions to remain vigilant against such fraudulent activities. So, in other words, hello, sir, please, sir, I will give you money, sir, for research grants, sir. And then they just like, all you have to do, just 2.5% of the project value needs to be transferred into an escrow account, usually with a deadline over the weekend. And they always do this, these scammers, where it's like, you need to do it now so that you don't have time to think. They always put a time on it so that then you go, oh, shit. And you don't actually take a second to think about how this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Right? So no legitimate IIT or ANRF process would require advance payments to secure grants or partnerships, said Vada Yadav, urging institutions to not engage in transfer funds and to verify all such communication through official channels. I don't know. It's the same kind of thing you expect, though. It's just another fucking Indian scam internationally of, in this case in particular, telling academics, we're going to give you money you're going to get a research grant. You just need to transfer 2.5. And that would be a lot potentially, depending on the amount. I mean, if that's $100,000 grants, $2,500, right? Which is not an unreasonable amount of money for a grant, 100K. So, I mean, I'm sure, and $2,500 is exactly what a scammer would kind of be hoping to get, I would imagine.
Well, I think the ratio is there's more high IQ people in science who are less likely to fall for the scam, but the money they're asking for is more.
Yeah.
So it actually probably evens out, or it's closer to evening out than you might expect.
There's also a problem with people just outright buying papers. This has been a problem for forever, but specifically buying first authorship, which is what is important in academic publication. Whoever's name is first in the list is the primary author. Their name is what goes on the books. You can have a ton of people who have co-authored the paper, but what really matters for academic prestige is first authorship. So there's been a new data set that's come out, compiled from thousands of advertisements made on social media platforms and paper mill websites. The data set, called Buy the Buy, is the first systematic attempt.
This is the buying wow gold of the science world.
It is. That's a very good analogy. Yeah. This is the buying wow gold of science. It compiles more than 18,000 text-based advertisements from 7 paper mills operating across where you want to guess India, Iraq, Uzbekistan, Latvia, Ukraine, Russia, and Kazakhstan, collected at various points between March 2020 and April 2026.
Most trustworthy countries.
I know, least corrupt places on earth. The researchers found that prices vary widely depending on geography, ranging from just $56 to, and it's not that much, $5,631 for a first author slot, according to a preprint submitted on Arxiv.
That isn't very much, given it could set you up.
Nope. Yes, given that this could set up your ability to make a ton of money for the rest of your academic career. Now,
Man, you should
maybe
do it.
not. No, and in particular, the institutions in which this would work on are these exact kind of places where there isn't a ton of review.
Yeah. But Aiden, I'll be sad if you don't do it.
If I don't buy a first authorship on some random paper?
But I'll be sad and hungry if you don't.
I don't think that's how this works.
I often review the scientific literature from Uzbekistan, and if I don't see you as the first author of several of the papers, I'll be very sad and hungry.
Why would it make you hungry?
Why won't you do what is right, Aiden?
You don't even know how to answer that question, do you? You don't even know how to answer the question.
Well, why would it make me hungry to not have a pizza when I have other food to eat, eh?
Oh, it's on the way.
That's not what I asked. Why is it on the way?
The highest prices generally come from ads posted by a paper mill operating in Russia. If you're not familiar with what a paper mill is, it is something that basically poses as an academic institution, says, hey, you pay us money, we will publish your paper in our bullshit journal. It has no credibility, the journals that they publish, but it has the veneer of credibility because it's like, oh, the Journal of, I don't know, insert your field here, but it has no respectability, it has no credibility, and it is, as I said, pay for play. So you have to pay them money to get your paper published. The cheapest prices for authorship slots were from a paper mill operating in India, unsurprisingly, all priced below $150. The Indian mill's Telegram channel posted more than 1,000 advertisements between March of 2022 and July of 2024. So in 2 years, just 1,000 year of spam ads. Would you like to publish our papers for $150 or less? Aside from article authorship, these included ads for textbook authorship, patents, copyright registrations, design registrations, and even national awards. Anything that could be counted towards a reputation is for sale.
In the West,
that's kind of fucked.
Science is something that we do because it's necessary and important and like the forefront of human exploits.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes,
it also has money involved with it, right? Now, what would happen if you took everything about it that's important, necessary, and venturing into the unknown, all of the important stuff about it, just take that out of it completely. And you just get a facsimile of it where all that's left is, well, this is similar to how it works normally, but now it's all just about the money.
And indeed, Blood Drake, this is how they pad,
how
they pad
the
their
third
CVs.
world operates so often. They just look at something the West is doing and think, okay, let's do like that, but with absolutely none of the good stuff involved. No integrity, no nothing good. Only how can we make this a scam?
Yes. Blood Drake in the chat said that's how they pad their CVs to get jobs in the West. And that is a good point. We talked about that a little bit last week, I think, right? Where there's tons of doctors that are operating in the West, and quite literally operating in some cases, as in surgeons, who have degrees from Calcutta or wherever, and they're not even real degrees. They don't belong to real institutions, or if they do, they're just printed and they're fake and they're forgeries. So, and even so, I mean, I don't know how prestigious those institutions are and how good a surgeon from that institution would be in the first place. But that's how they get into the West. They go, hello, sir, we are doctors and surgeons and engineers, sir. And then they're not. They're scammers. And they end up getting hired oftentimes at these major companies who stupidly, or maybe colorblindedly, or, whatever, think that these people must have the same credentials because that's the way we work in the West. So they must certainly do the same elsewhere. They do not, and they don't give a shit. The Indian paper mill almost exclusively advertised authorship positions in the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. This is a real conference proceeding, by the way, IEEE. Conference proceedings in small regional journals with IEEE ads accounting for about 20% of the advertisements that named a specific publication. One ad, can we see it? Yes. Oh, 100% Scopus paper indexation guaranteed. Call for authors for an IEEE Digital Explore Scopus publication. Here's the journal link. You see it, there it is. Only 6 authors per title. Oh my God, only 6 authors per title. This is another thing is, you're a bit of sometimes you do have papers that have like 30 researchers on them. And it's usually medical work because you've got a bunch of people who have to do a lot of different jobs and actually did contribute to the work. Once you start getting more than 5 names on an article, for sure, it looks suspicious inherently if it's not medical research. But Because again, you want to pile on as many people for as cheaply as possible to get these citations. So only 6 authors per title, acceptance within 45 to 60 days, and publication within 90.
Do you
Title
know what I'm surprised not to see here?
Mm-hmm.
We've got all of these red emojis. Where's the siren?
That's true. Where is the siren? Just exclamation points.
Yep.
So they give you some example titles, or I guess like what they've charged for them in the past, maybe. And then where your position in the authorship would be and how much it would cost you. So for predicting consumer purchasing recommendations in social commerce networks based on machine learning algorithm, if you want a 3rd position, so your name comes 3rd in the list of authors, that's only 7,000 rupees, which is how much in real money?
Oh my God, now there's a brown at my door. I'll be right back.
So we'll do it in real money and then we'll do it. So that's 3rd position on this is about 74 USD. 7,000 is about 74, 75 USD. So for 3rd position, they don't appear to be authoring. Where's a 2nd position? 8,000 rupees, which is $85. So presumably, I'm guessing 1st position is what, 95, something like that? $100 for 1st authorship, which is like career changing potentially, depending. So you can certainly build a career off of that stuff. Let's see. A spokesperson of the IEEE told us, when we become aware of possible issues with content, we take time to carefully review, and when warranted, we retract non-conforming publications. The Iraq-based paper mill posted an advertisement in March of 2024 targeting Springer's Nature journal, Energy Systems, with a paper titled Optimizing Solar Energy Utilization, Insights on Energy Storage Battery Capacities and Residential Self-Sufficiency. Let's look at the advert.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's unbelievable? That you have a pizza?
Freaking believable. She actually got me a pizza.
Yeah,
Ginger, I have bad news. I have bad news, Ginger. She got me a pizza with an actual flavor.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I didn't just do the no sauce, no. I just got the thing I always get.
And do you know what else? You've now gone through all of your stories for the stream. All we have left is my stories, of which I have plenty, and they're interesting.
Oh, I know.
But now I can't do them because I've got pizza here, and I have to eat it.
You underestimate me, sir, and I got way
all
more.
Right. I'll tell you what, you do one more while I eat a bit of the pizza, and then I'll put the rest away for later, and I'll do some stories.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so this is, for example, optimizing, as I read earlier, optimizing solar energy in the Journal of Energy Systems. 1st authorship, which I guess they do not have available. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th has been booked. 6th, but $600 for 2nd authorship. That's a pretty big deal. Did they actually say like what the 1st authorship was? No, up to 600. They didn't offer 1st authorship there. Energy Systems published a paper with that exact same title. It's still up. It is still up, unretracted, right here. So maybe not Qasay Hassan, but Samir Al-Ghuburi. We know the 5th one was sold, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we know for a fact Bashar Moody Ali paid, what was it? How much did he pay for this? Presumably like 300 or like $375 for this. $375 to get his name right here. Right there. Oh my God. So frustrating. The 1st author, Qasay Hassan, is a string of retractions. Oh, do you? Ooh, yes. This is the retraction database. Give it a minute to load here. Ooh, that's not looking good, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, that's... Uh-oh. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. It should say how many results, does it not? No. 21 items. That's not good. That's really bad. He's got 21 items either retracted or under review. That's very bad. So Mr. Hassan, Qasay Hassan, is a bit of a prolific scammer, it seems. Related to late-stage authorship changes in those retractions, and he was unable to verify the contribution of the added authors. So this is just his scam. This is Iraq-based. That's just his scam. He sells authorships. Richardson estimates that more than 5,500 unique products listed for sale. A simple search would turn up a significant number of published matches. If you spent time actually trawling through the data set, you would find quite a few, he said. Paper mills can often change article titles and journal titles, he said, complicating efforts to detect the final product from the advertisement alone. Matching ads to published papers can be based in preponderance of evidence. I think we get the idea. Yeah. So they're just selling this shit for so very little money. By the way, there's another related to scamming and this kind of stuff as well. This recently has come out as well. This guy, Eric Topol, has said, this is a fraudulent paper, and this I think will lead into your stuff. AI generated. My name was used as an author. I had nothing to do with it. Never saw it until today. Now you'll notice something if I go click this link here. Me? Uh-oh. PubMed didn't like that. That's because this paper has been deleted. There is no more evidence of it existing anymore. It just got yoinked, which they're not supposed to do, by the way. You're supposed to put up a retraction and say why you had to remove it. But no, rather than do the proper procedure, they've just deleted any and all evidence that this existed outside of Eric Topol here talking about it and the article on Retraction Watch. So very curiously, it's called Implementation Science for AI Integration in Digital Health Systems. Again, first author, E.J. Topol, Eric here. That's not him. Then you've got some Israni and Villena and a Martin and a Davenport. He says he read through this and he believes it is completely AI written. We've systematically reviewed studies of implementation science frameworks used for healthcare AI deployment following Prisma 2020. Following Prisma 2020, we searched Medline. It's hard to tell from the abstract because this would be the one part you'd expect them to not totally screw up. And the paper's totally gone, so I can't review the rest of it. I'm going into the article here from Retraction Watch. Journal, the entire journal has gone dark after impersonating Eric Topol and others. Within hours of researchers from prestigious institutions discovering that they were listed as authors on a fabricated paper, the website for the journal, which is, Journal of Digital Health Implementation by Ellinger Publishing Media, which it's not one of the big ones. I've never heard of that one. It's not, Elsevier or something. Cardiologist Eric Topol, and executive vice president of Scripps Research, posted on X that his name appeared in a fraudulent paper published in the so-called Journal of Digital Health Implementation. He suspected the article, dated to March 29th, and titled, was AI generated. If there was ever an AI generated paper, this one would qualify as high probability of being so. Topol, who is also founder and director of Scripps Research.
That's very poorly
told
worded.
Retraction Watch. Yeah, it is. Matthew Matheny, a professor at Vanderbilt, told us that he discovered he was listed as an author on the paper after a colleague asked him about it. He then alerted others listed, noting that there were small errors in the naming and affiliation. For example, Matheny's middle name was incorrect, and several of the authors' first initials were also wrong. Of the 6 authors listed, 5 told us they had never seen the paper before.
Maybe that's for plausible deniability.
Yes. We couldn't find the researcher mentioning the 6th name, A.B. Martin, with affiliation with the Imperial College of London. Actually, interestingly. But who knows? This is probably entirely fake. Whoever this guy is what? Very confusing, right? Like everybody else on that list is real. Another listed author, F.E. Villena of Swiss Federal Institute of Tech in Zurich, told us that the paper clearly used names of well-known academics, which increases the likelihood that the wider community might want to read or potentially cite it. So it's this A.B. Martin guy is whoever was trying to pull off the scam. Before it was removed, the homepage for the publisher of the journal, Ellinger Publishing Media, bore a resemblance to that. Yes, you'll see what I mean. I was confused. I've never heard of this Ellinger Publishing Media, but if you look here, does that font look very similar to Springer Nature or any Springer journal? This is the text and font they use. It's not identical, but it is similar because you've got a sans serif and the serif font, right?
As a font artist, if you show me 2 examples side by side, I could probably help you out.
So, right. Okay. This is the Ellinger Publishing Media, which I've never heard of. And then this is Springer Nature.
It's pretty similar, yeah. The E has a distinctive bottom left. Show me the other one.
Yeah, curve. Yeah. No, they don't have the curve on it. But I think
it doesn't have it.
I think especially the sans serif and then serif font.
Yeah.
And a similar color, it gives the vibe that it would make you think Springer.
It may well be the same designer. Yes.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
No. Okay. No, I understand what's going on. Yes, it's probably made to look similar. Yes.
Yes. It's made to look like their logo, so that before your brain starts like old scans.
How would a Western person figure out what design looks good? loads of different methods, a wealth of lifetime experience, and maybe a bit of experimentation and personal journey into the realm of UI design. How would a third worlder make a UI design that looks good? Literally just shamelessly copy an existing design that's successful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like I said, I'll go back to it here for a second. To Springer Nature. So like if you go, this is what the homepage on Springer Nature looks like too. I mean, I've seen this many times. But then if you go and look at or at any Springer journal, because it's not just Nature, Springer's got a ton of journals. So this is what this is the actual live web page. And then this is what Ellinger Publishing Media looks like. It's not identical, but you can see it's like here's you got calls for papers, latest articles. Here you have latest articles, usually at the top. The kind of stuff tends to feature journals, this kind of stuff. It's not identical, but it to me, it seems very clear that, and look, what do they actually say? What are they highlighting on this? 0 APC, no publication fees, peer-reviewed editorial process, 1 week average decision time. So this is an ad. This website is an advertisement for academics. And you see submissions really big up there. Look, you don't see a submissions tabs up here.
Oh yeah, no, the layout is almost identical. It's definitely a direct copy.
Yeah. But you see on Springer Nature, you see find a journal, publish with us, track your research. You do see some of that stuff, but not no publication fees, 1 week decision time. Instead, you see 185 million monthly downloads, 24 million monthly readers, 3 million, like the things they are highlighting here are a bit different. This is obviously some bullshit, pay for play shit, right? Ellinger claimed to be a UK publishing company, but does not appear in UK Business Registry. What a surprise. The listed address is a co-working space in London. This is where they say they're based out of. The DOI, which is the identifying number for papers that like you can just have a little string of numbers and letters, or usually numbers, and that will find the paper.
How can you tell it's a trendy, modern, youthful corporate company? Curvy chairs. The curvier the chairs, the more trendy, young, youthful corporate company it is.
These aren't very curvy.
On the right.
It is very, that thing. Oh, no, never mind. I was like, there's a bit of a curve in the chair. No, I see what you mean. What the fuck? This is an art piece, isn't it? Like, you're not supposed to sit in that.
It's the first place I'd sit.
Well, you're weird.
And stop buying me pizza, goddammit. Also, if I'm weird, then explain this.
What? Explain what?
On the screen share.
But stop trying to like fucking show me show me abstract bees.
All right. I won't show you any more bees.
Thank you. The DOI for the paper links to Zenodo.
How did she not see it?
No, what do you do? No, I was reading the article again. What did you do? Oh no, oh my god, just put your disgusting AI filth away. Holy shit.
It wasn't. I didn't make it.
This is a proper stream, and you're trying to besmirch it.
If it's a proper stream, why are you here? Got him. I've got loads of stories here just waiting to be told, Aiden.
Okay, I'm going to hand off to you in a second.
No.
All right. The DOI for the paper links to Zenodo, an open repository. The Zenodo page is associated with the paper that was associated with the paper has been removed for copyright infringement. Oopsie. Like, this is such a shit show. You can even see, like, the citation gone. What scares me is we've reached a point where it's difficult to protect our academic work and integrity, Diana said. This is incredibly dangerous, not only for individual reputations and trust in academic work, but for actual scientific knowledge. Just crazy. That one is I mean, that kind of stuff happens all the time, but I always enjoy articles like that about it. So, do you have AI stuff to talk about?
No, why did you think I had stories? Yeah, I got those.
Okay, I'm going to mediate the gap here. Okay. Astonishingly prolific anti-Israel medical researcher used AI to churn out journal articles, screening software shows.
Shocker.
I know.
And you're telling me he's brown? Sorry, am I getting too political?
No, but I mean, like, he's an Islamist, right? Stridently anti-Israel Harvard graduate student used artificial intelligence to churn out at least, get the right size, okay, to turn out at least 5 of more than 90 medical journal articles that he published. This is impossible. You cannot do this. That is impossible to publish 90 medical articles in 2.5 years. They've only clearly identified 5. But this guy published 90 in 2.5 years. That's not possible. Here's what he has to say. The ongoing Israeli military assault on Gaza has led to an alarming humanitarian catastrophe whereby the onset of famine is coupled with a deterioration of maternal health services, severely impacting the well-being of pregnant women and children. The near-total collapse of the healthcare infrastructure, coupled with the lack of access of essential medical services, has resulted in a tragic surge in preventable maternal and neonatal deaths, said the article titled, Will There Be a Future for Newborns in Gaza? In November of 2024, in an issue of screams internally and externally the number one, the most prestigious, the most bar none prestigious academic institution in publication, The Lancet. The world cannot remain silent any longer. This is deeply, deeply, deeply embarrassing for The Lancet. This is the premier #1 journal in the world across all fields of study, if you were not aware. Nothing has a reputation like The Lancet. Luckily, they published this guy's AI-generated research. The world cannot remain silent any longer. Yeah, the time for action is now. Lancet fucks up a lot, but time for action is now. They fuck up a lot because they are scammed more than anyone else, because of what they are. To restore health care access, to protect women and children, uphold the sanctity of life. The lead author, Bilal Ifran, published a Harvard Medical School email address for correspondence related to the article, listed his affiliation as Center for Bioethics, Harvard Medical School. At the time of the article was published, he was a graduate student at Harvard Medical School. The author listed a second on the article, Abdullah Abdu Shamala, listed his affiliation as Gaza's European Hospital. Israeli Defense Forces has posted a video of Hamas terrorists tunneling under that. Whatever, I'm not getting into that. I'm not touching that. Free online screening programs marked the article as 100% AI generated. Another program said 54% chance. There were 3, Pangram, Winston AI, Zero GPT, said 100% AI generated. Another rated at 54%. And a 5th program, GPT-0, gave it a 73% chance of being AI generated. In other words, this guy seems to be a political activist of some sort. He has at least a political bent. It's also insane to have published 90 articles in 2.5 years. And to publish something in the most prestigious journal in the world, The Lancet. Sleep dynamics in Islam concludes Muslim global population navigates the challenges of modern living, including the demands of maintaining prayer times, healthcare. This guy is a Muslim activist, okay? Almost all of his articles that or at least a large amount of these are about 5 that were flagged as AI generated for sure are digital lifeline, telemedicine, and artificial intelligence synergy as a catalyst for healthcare equity in Pakistan, published in Curious. This journal's got a very bad reputation too, by the way. It's all in Curious. You're fucked. Beyond the scope, advancing Otolaryng, I've never seen that word before. That thing with artificial intelligence integration. That one's not related to anything Middle Eastern. Between Far and Isha, understanding sleep dynamics in Islamic prayer, timings and astronomical considerations, all published in Curious. Sleep health ambassadors in Greater Detroit, a model for religious, culturally conscious care in places of worship from Dearborn to Hamtramck, in other words, in the most Muslim parts of the U.S. And will there be a future for newborns in Gaza?
That sounds like something Cheems would say.
Hamtramck, it's a city or town.
No, that's a Cheems meme. I don't believe you.
Hamtramck, it's a real place. Look, I'll show you. Let's look at a picture of Hamtramck. So that's my.
It sounds like how Cheems would say hat-trick.
It is like it's beautiful Hamtramck. Like,
oh yeah, that looks like a classic every single American city in the world.
It welcomes you.
It should have a picture of Cheems on the sign.
People are not only using AI and all this kind of other bullshit and all these scams to publish a bunch of articles that are not up to snuff, to publish all kinds of bullshit. They're also using it to publish things that probably aren't political, but clearly are political, and to get through their own, their own politics through into the academic gestalt by using artificial intelligence. And that is the end of my side on things. I will be right back. Please introduce your topics for the evening, sir. I assume some of them have to do with AI. I thought I'd give you a bit of a handoff there.
Sure,
in terms of their segue. You know,
I suppose
right
Aiden's decided for us that we're taking it in turns in big singular chunks of stories.
We don't have to do it that way. This is what we did the first time. We'll do it again. And what I thought we talked about this beforehand. A good question to ask the audience, if you would prefer to do it in chunks or if you prefer to trade off article by article.
When you're back and you have a moment, maybe make that poll.
I will do it right now before I leave. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well then, I have several stories, and some of these I'll just go through quickly. But what we have first is something truly remarkable, something I never thought I'd see in my very lifetime, and that is Sam Altman being humble. Sam Altman forced to apologise apologises to Canadians for not alerting authorities over Tumbler Ridge trans mass killer's account. Now, the funny thing here, and I haven't read this yet, but from the preview I saw, is that she consulted significantly with the AI agent before she took the actions. He says, "I'm deeply sorry that we did not alert law enforcement to the account that was banned in June." He wanted to make sure to get that in there. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has apologized to the people of Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia, Canada, after it was revealed that a trans mass shooter used ChatGPT to ask questions about carrying out mass shootings. We've had today someone asking ChatGPT, how do I poison my colleague? And now asking, how do I kill a bunch of non-trans people? I'm not a big proponent of biasing AI towards the morality of the people that make it. But this might be a good case. Like if they're literally planning to commit a dangerous crime with it, it should automatically flag that. And hey, if you want to get away with a dangerous crime, hey, there are legitimate reasons to do it. Few, but do not crime. But just to cover the libertarian angle there, then don't use ChatGPT to consult with. It's an idiot trap. People that are trying to do that stuff but are idiots are going to get trapped by it. Honestly, I slightly prefer the idea of doing a back and forth of topics. But yeah, we'll see what you guys prefer. So he says, "I'm deeply sorry we did not alert law enforcement to the account. While I know words can never be enough, I believe an apology is necessary to recognize the harm and irreversible loss your community has suffered." He probably could have actually prevented it if they'd flagged it properly. He says, "I want to express my deepest condolences to the entire community." Condolences. I guess condolences is the right word to use here, but you wouldn't normally word it like that. Condolences. Yeah. So to console someone is to show sympathy.
Condolences.
To give condolences is like, well, you're lost, but here's your condolence prize or whatever it is. I think. Or I'm thinking of consolation. No, that is okay. You know what? Never mind. It's all mixed. Said Altman per Tumbler Ridge lines. "No one should ever have to endure a tragedy like this. I cannot imagine." Okay, I want to get to the technical side of this. Sam Altman's apology letter. Okay. Do we have anything on the technical side? Because if not, this will be a short article. I didn't pre-read this. The family of Maya, who was injured in the attack, announced they were suing the AI company. Okay, that's why he apologized then. Other students were killed. Jesse Van Rootselaar killed his mother and half-brother at the family's home on February 10th before moving on to the local high school and opening fire there. Always a school. OpenAI later told the RCMP that Van Rootselaar's ChatGPT account was banned due to violent activity. Okay, so they did detect it and do something about it. They just didn't alert the authorities. I mean, okay.
I guess not.
In an age before natural language inference, I could understand violent activity that may presage a crime not being detected and reported. But the product we're describing here literally analyzes and infers on natural language. It would be trivially easy for it to detect potential criminal intent and to report it if it's severe. It would not take long for them to configure something like that. And it would probably genuinely save lives. So I do think that even if not legally, it is kind of morally imposed upon them to have already done this.
I'm sure it has been done. By the way, Silver Ogre in the chat, at this point, peer review means AI will be peer reviewing papers. They already are. And by the way, I didn't bring this up, but it is a story that I have. It is, in terms of, they are already using AI to peer review all their papers. AI will prefer AI written papers and view them as superior to human written papers 97.8% of the time in one model. That was in particular, which model was that? 97.8. That was the worst one, and it's an older model, but it was ChatGPT 4 preferred AI written papers 97.8% of the time. The lowest ones is the LLAMA. Are you familiar with that?
Llama.
That one, Llama. And so the Llama, those systems are actually less likely to choose AI.
That's
over. They have a human bias.
Llama?
The most recent ones have a human bias.
Okay, that's good. Llama are the open models, I think, from Facebook. And a lot of the models that I've messed with are fine-tunes of Llama models. Not all of them.
Yeah. So I had that article up as well, but I forgot about it because I did have a lot of stuff. But yes, that's for GPT, that one's fucked. Even for Turbo, for Mini, doesn't matter. They're all above 93%.
Those are slightly older models. It may be different.
Yes, they are. Yeah, I mean, this paper is a little bit older, but it's when it was this published.
Still makes the point.
Yeah, is that there's a clear gulf of difference between GPT, which even among those older models had a consistent preference for.
Sorry to interrupt, but quote, we also have reason to believe that ChatGPT may have advised the shooter how to commit these heinous crimes. We will therefore file suits against ChatGPT.
There's tons of reports like that.
Yeah.
GPT.
Okay, so I may have slightly misunderstood that. If he was asking questions that were a little bit circuitous and it was giving answers, then it's hard to tell whether that will be used for violent purposes, but you could still report it. But what I thought it said is basically it advised him to do it. But no, how to is a bit different. Okay, fair enough. The clankers are already moving against us. Well, Nachos, you should have taken those clanker jobs, because then you'd be on the payroll and you could actually compete with these guys. Anyway, speaking of misbehavior with AI, here's one from the other side of the aisle, the human misbehavior. White House accuses China of deliberate industrial scale theft of AI technology. What? My best buddy, Winnie the Pooh, he would never. My best buddy, Winnie the Pooh, would never steal anything.
Never, of course.
It would never happen. I just can't believe it. Frankly, I find this impossible anyway.
China's number one, greatest ally. Wait.
Taiwan number one.
By the way, it's 92% overwhelmingly people would prefer if we do back and forth. So we'll do that next week for sure.
Okay.
Instead of
I think
blocks.
it's better for the audience as well, because otherwise, if anyone is interested in tech, they'll miss the second half. If anyone's only interested in science, they'll leave for the second half.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. That makes more sense. All right. I always, with Broken Crown, I always try to have stories weave into each other. I'm like, oh, here's the next one. It's related to this. And I try to do that.
I don't think that's really necessary.
I know, but I like to do it so I can have a cohesive narrative over the course of the stream.
We'll do that on the fly. If there's one that seems related, it'll help us choose which one to do next.
Yeah, I just did right there with the with the paper about the being able to judge each other's papers. We'll do that next week though. Hopefully that'll be more entertaining. Yes. Yeah,
for those that missed it, this is as far as the plan goes, it's a every Sunday stream.
Yep. It'll be here every Sunday.
Yep. The US government has information indicating that foreign entities principally based in China, are engaging in deliberate industrial scale campaigns to distill US frontier AI systems. Do you know what that means, Aiden?
No.
What it means is you train a model, your model, on the outputs of someone else's model, and you keep doing that until it acts the exact same way as their model does. And then you have distilled it. You basically clone the model using its outputs.
Replicate
it won't be a perfect clone. This is an example of the kind of cloning where it degenerates over time. But it can be good enough, especially if you have a little bit of your own innovation on top or your own work. As well as that, you can match the other guy's model while still doing your own work as well. That's if the training goes well, which it wouldn't always. But when it does, they publish it. So Chinese models are quite good these days, and a lot of innovations coming out of China. And I do wonder how much of it is stolen or done by people that are not actually Chinese. But for local stuff, Qwen is one of the best ones. But you've also got Gemini, which is slightly better right now, but they're sort of leapfrogging for local stuff. For big models, the Chinese models have rarely been the top. Western models have always been, almost always been the top model. Once or twice, the Chinese models have been the top just after release. But they're always up there. They're always competing. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were distilling, which is, it's exactly the kind of theft you'd expect China to do. That kind of intellectual property theft, where it's good for China, but it would be bad if it was happening internally, except for the fact that they're a command economy, so it doesn't matter for individual innovation. The way China's economy works, it allows for it to move fast as a nation, protect itself, and do damage to everyone else. Hidden sky, unquote. But it's really bad for interior innovation, in my opinion. The US's economy is the best optimized for innovation. Europe's are close in that regard as well, in that they are more open, more free market than China. But that means this is the strategy China would prefer. They don't need to innovate themselves. They can steal the innovation from those who do. And this is why having a society with libertarian leanings requires strong borders, not just physical now, but electrical as well, in my humble opinion, but not too much politics.
Well, China does have that locked down, at least in terms of their own people, with the massive fucking firewall they've got around the. I mean, of course, it is breachable. People do all the time. But the average user of Chinese internet is behind the great Chinese firewall. And they have a totally different internet experience.
Hey, Aiden, you got to mention here. It likens model distillation to a cuckoo bird laying its eggs in the nests of other birds. The most notorious example to date was China's groundbreaking DeepSeek. I believe that was the first one to do explicit reasoning, which was big news when it first happened, which seems like ages ago now, which rocked the nascent AI industry by ostensibly delivering top-shelf artificial intelligence capabilities at a fraction of the cost. Critics say DeepSeek turned distillation into outright theft by stealing data from the rival OpenAI systems without permission.
Well, they're always doing that shit. Yeah. They're always trying to steal each other's secrets and get one up on each other. Yeah. I'm not even surprised by that in the slightest. Yeah.
Also, I'd like to make it clear that
Open BI.
Thank you,
I like it. Is a bee thing gonna be just an ongoing meme? I guess.
I mean,
might as well. Oh my god.
Yes, you are, Nachos. So, a little distilling from publicly available AI output is unobjectionable, apparently. Especially if the company that created the AI grants permission. Well, if they do, then any amount is. But any distilling, arguably any distilling, is some sort of theft.
Yeah. I mean, you're again essentially making a copy.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, like, liken this to a human. If you copy the mannerisms of someone famous perfectly, it's acting. But it's really difficult to do that. Difficult enough that we don't really have to artificially limit it. And it's talent to do that. It's skillful. It's useful. With a computer system, none of that applies. It is still copying in the same way, copying aspects, but it's all automated. There's no extra effort in replicating it once you've mastered the copying. And there's no need to copy it because the original source can provide it themselves anyway.
Yeah, of course. So it's redundant.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're taking the unique quality that was innovated by the source, so which hurts innovation, absolutely. God, China's so fucking selfish. they're really hurting worldwide innovation. Yeah. At the very least, they're putting a fire up the West's arse to stop being a bit stagnant, but they're doing it in such a destructive way.
Anyway. I know. Well, because they don't care. They don't care. They're looking for instantaneous gratification, instantaneous wins, essentially. For the most part. And it is a fundamental difference in mentality in the East versus the West, and particularly in China, because not Japan.
No, Japan's taken on the Western approach to all this stuff.
Yes, well, because the shame is very deeply ingrained in Japanese society, so you wouldn't want to do something shameful that bring dishonor upon family, okay?
If you count European societies as one, Japan comes second in the world. Like, European societies have got to modern day on the tech tree. Japan got to late medieval. No one else got close without collapsing for ages first.
And I've seen that Chinese saying, if you nachos, if you can cheat, cheat. Yes, there's many such cases, and not just in China but in India as well. Obviously, that's a big part of their cultures is that, like, if you can get away with just stealing and cheating, then do it. It's only a problem if you get caught, which is very much not the mentality of the West, overwhelmingly speaking.
Yes, you are, Nachos. Indeed. Yeah, we all, most people in the West have an inherent sensibility not to do that. Some stronger than others, but in China, it's the inherent sensibility is, no, do that. Find an excuse to do that. Do it and take advantage of it, and then do it some more. Which really would hurt innovation. Which, I mean, it's the conformist culture, but all they're going to do is find a way to leech off someone else's innovation, and they can look like they're winning for a while, but it won't last. Inherently, it's parasitic.
I don't think so, no.
All right. So yeah, that's happening. It's been probably happening for years, and it'll probably just keep getting worse because it's not really a way to avoid this. You can try and block Chinese accounts, but as it says here, leveraging tens of thousands of proxy accounts to evade detection and using jailbreaking techniques to expose proprietary information. It's just cat and mouse now. You have to just keep finding new ways to prevent it, but it's going to keep getting more difficult. And in this case, I think the client has the advantage because you still have to provide this service to everyone. They could, if they wanted to, just extract results that real people get as long as they can access them. They don't have to get them directly. So ChatGPT you couldn't necessarily even put the security layer at ChatGPT's outputs. It might have to go much more broad.
I gotta get a soundboard. And put Bojo say GPT on it.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. Maybe someone note. Hang on. Note. So I remember to get a soundboard going.
ChatGPT.
Yes. ChatGPT.
All right. Now, speaking of dishonest behavior around AI.
Yeah.
How regularly do you think Google lies to you?
I think there's not enough nanoseconds that exist for how frequently Google lies to me.
Testing suggests
lies per hour?
Google's AI overviews tell millions of lies per hour.
So that is in nanoseconds then, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. No, nanosecond is a billionth of a second, but it's a lot.
Okay. 60, so 10 tells millions of lies, so 60
I think it would
minutes.
Be milliseconds range, I think.
Milliseconds, yes, you're right. It would be every couple milliseconds, then I overestimated by a factor of 10.
Chat, imagine if you lied every couple of milliseconds.
Well, I don't think you have to imagine, do you?
Look.
Gaslighting constantly.
Look, I asked you not to buy me a pizza.
Okay, sure thing,
and yet
Jan.
resting upon my countertop is what, Aiden? A pizza, that's right.
Bro, I have delicious tacos downstairs that I made the other day. I'm gonna go enjoy after the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Already had some for lunch.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would enjoy it. Never mind. Nachos,
yeah, watch yourself.
Yes, you are. Watch myself. Yeah. I do occasionally watch my own streams. It's the only way to get good content these days.
Oh my god.
Looking up information on Google today means confronting AI overviews, the Gemini-powered search robot that appears at the top of the search page. Or AI overviews has had a rough time since its 2024 launch, attracting user ire over its scattershot accuracy, but it's getting better and usually provides the right answer, which I think is probably fair. That's a low bar, though, it says. A new analysis from the New York Times. I've got indigestion because of the bloody pizza that I've been airdropped. New York Times attempted to... Don't buy it for me then! Aiden.
Oh, I'm so hungry. I want a pizza.
Literally
I'm so hungry.
Ruin it. You just find multiple ways to ruin the stream. That's the only way you bought it for me.
I'm so hungry. Please, I wish someone would buy me a pizza. Oh no, curses, Aiden, you've given me indigestion. You fucking did.
No, I didn't. Every time I mention the pizza, that is the joke. I'm not asking for one. You
did ask me for a pizza. You did.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Like, I didn't ask for one explicitly, no.
Okay, did Aizlu ask for a pizza?
Ask for a pizza. Not even a little disguised feeder fetish. Yeah, nachos can't be trusted. Oh no, it's a poll.
Oh no, oh right. Oh, see, all of a sudden you've got a problem with it being a poll.
It has to be, it had to be explicit, chat. Did I explicitly ask for a pizza? No, I did not.
You cannot change the name of the game post facto.
That is the name of the game. If it's implicit,
you absolutely,
that's
fucking
different.
did. Yes, you heavily implied. I'm so hungry. So we get me pizza. I swear to God. Oh my.
The joke, Aiden.
oh, it's a joke.
Yes, I told you a dozen times. It's a joke.
This I said every time with this gaslighting. I said it early in the stream. That post facto, you'd be like, "Oh, I never asked for the pizza. I didn't actually want the pizza. Oh, I'm so hungry. Can I have a pizza, please?"
Cope for the fact that you cannot resist buying me the pizza, even when I have told you in earnest that I don't want you to.
You. No, because you fuck around all the time, and I can't.
That's the joke. That's
it's
literally.
Not a joke.
It's funny that you're so easy to manipulate, but I don't want you to actually buy it for me.
Oh my God!
And I've told you this.
I fucking hate you. I hate you so much. It's unreal.
Like, you hate me. I've got a whole pizza going cold over there. I'm reading through an article and I can't even get through it because someone's complaining.
Okay, well, again, I mean, I would like to have a slice of that pizza, but I can't. So someone's got a pizza and I don't. I mean, I've got so much Mexican food downstairs. I don't need one. But however, you totally 64% of the chat agrees that you absolutely did ask me for a pizza. So stop.
64% of the chat is wrong.
Vox Populi, Vox Day. I declare
now
you.
She's in for democracy.
All right. Yeah, now I like democracy. I love democracy.
Well, you know what I should do next time? I've tried being reasonable. Next time I will just actually manipulate you into buying me a pizza deliberately.
Fucking don't. Okay, so now, take fucking note,
you admit
chat.
you can't help it.
No, he has admitted that he's actively going to manipulate me. So, this is on record. You said next time.
Well, I did say next time, but that's like hypothetical. It's not necessarily what I'll do.
Yeah. Well, I'll see
it's
you.
It's more
in
like
court,
you would deserve
by the way.
it.
When you try to sue me for dying of morbid obesity, I'll see you in fucking court, motherfucker.
Wolf says the gaslighting is so strong, even I got pizza. He's got a picture in Kamal of it.
Oh my God. Let me see. Continue your article now, sir.
Science, technology, and pizza gaslighting stream.
Yeah, apparently.
In that you're gaslighting me into thinking that I asked you for a pizza, which I of course did not.
He did get a pizza, shit.
Yes, I did get a pizza, but only because I didn't ask for it. You wanted to buy one for me. You were just looking for an excuse.
I wanted to. Okay, read the damn article, please.
I'm trying to. I've got a bird chirping in my ear.
Get your shit together.
The Times conducted this analysis with the help of a startup called Rumi, which itself is deeply involved in developing AI models. The company used... What are we even talking about? Google. The company used AI tools to probe AI overviews with the simple QA evaluation, a common test to rank the factuality of generative models at Gemini. I wouldn't trust that test either. It wouldn't take that many samples. The amount of samples that you'd have to do for human analysis with research would be, you could do that to a number high enough that it would be useful. It says here, more than 4,000 questions. I reckon you could get a significance here with just a few hundred answers if you assessed whether they were right or not. That would be a decent enough sample size. You have 500 answers, human researchers to assess them. That would be fine. But 4,000 answered by an AI, it's kind of missing
worthless.
the point.
I'm sorry. It ends up being worthless. People get this idea in their head that they can just... if you use enough AI models or something, you use enough AI with it, eventually it equals out into human beings. But that consistently has not been the findings of any of the literature I've read on this.
There are times where it's better than other times. However, in this case, it is actually better than I thought because they're asking the specific questions in the benchmark data set. So it's not generic questions, it's the specific that would be more useful. By the
way, it's now reached 72% you did ask for a pizza. I'm going to call it. 72%.
You end the poll manually, just as it was about to flip aggressively in my favor. I see how it is.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah, this is not democracy, Aiden. This is oligarchy.
It sure is.
Fucking Hillary Clinton. Wait, no, she's not. Biden. Joe Biden. Umi began running its test last year when Gemini 2.5 was still the company's best model.
You're a bad dude, Corn Pop, okay?
Listen, as Corn Pop, it's time for my revenge.
Okay, get your revenge. Read your article.
That
you've brought for us tonight. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
Oh yeah, what was that about Urban Jungle? Time for my revenge. That's such a good green text.
It is, yes.
AI overview answers 91% of the questions correctly. If you extrapolate this miss rate out to all Google searches, AI overviews is generating tens of millions of incorrect answers per day. The report includes several examples of where AI overviews went wrong. When asked for the date on which Bob Marley's former home became a museum, AI overviews cited 3 pages, 2 of which didn't discuss the date at all. The final one, Wikipedia listed 2 contradictory years. Good job, Wikipedia. And AI overviews confidently chose the wrong one. The benchmark also prompts models to produce the date on which Yo-Yo Ma was inducted into the Classical Music Hall of Fame. That doesn't sound like someone that should be, but whatever.
No, Yo-Yo Ma,
AI overview cited the organization's
like
website and listed Ma's induction. It claimed there's no such thing as the Classical Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I get this kind of shit all the time, but Yo-Yo Ma was big in the 90s.
Oh, I can't hear you. My earbuds just died. Merciful.
Oh.
Merciful silence from the cheeping.
Listen to this. Good God. See what I have to put up with? Oh my God.
Okay, I can hear you.
It's a never-ending torment. Anyway, so Yo-Yo Ma was a like jazz and classical guy in the 90s. Also, I get this shit all the time with the AI, where just like it will very confidently claim that either something that's true is false, or that something that is false is true.
Yeah. I could go through my explanation of how hallucinations happen, but I'll skip for now.
Yeah, we have before. You did last week, I think.
I have done, yeah. Watch our last stream to find out more.
Yeah.
Google doesn't much like this test. Wow, what a line. Google spokesperson Ned Adriance tells The Times that Google believes simple QA contains incorrect information. Its model evaluations often rely on a similar test called Simple QA Verified, which uses a smaller set of questions that have been more thoroughly vetted. This study has serious holes, sure. Adriance told The Times. It doesn't reflect what people are actually searching on Google. Well, if it's a smaller data set, it's less useful as well.
I suppose. However, I think he's being a bit dismissive.
Maybe.
For obvious reasons.
Well, the 2 examples they just gave, I don't know if they actually looked into it in detail, but if we assume that they're correct on them, then that's at least 2 good examples where it was correct.
Mm-hmm.
Evaluating new AI models sometimes feels more like art than science, they say, which, yes. And I'd personally recommend, there's a site called Artificial Analysis, which is the sort of de facto standard. But I would generally say I prefer arena.ai for AI model assessments because it's completely human evaluated. And it gives results that are more in line with my own experiences.
Okay. I mean, I've not done that, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Arena.ai is the one I'd recommend. And actually, if you go to arena.ai, last time I went there, if you look at price performance on every model, usually Grok's models are not that high up on the benchmarks. But if you look at price performance, Grok's main model is about second. Because it's a 2D plane, so there's no clear first, second, whatever, but it's about second. And then, when you consider the fact that unlike the others, it's not significantly politically biased, it just races up that chart. It's just absolutely no contest that Grok is the superior choice at the moment. The only time I use a different AI model is if I run out of Grok tokens. But for anything that could be to do with politics, anything that could touch politics, always Grok or a good local model. But even those, they can't research, so it would be more for logical questions.
Which they can be all right with, yeah. But just you always got to be very careful with this stuff. Of it just hallucinating, you know?
Yes. AI Overviews isn't a single monolithic model. Google told Ars Technica that it uses the right model for each query. It's called an auto-router.
I'm sure.
It will route it automatically to either a heavier model or a lighter model. Well, for example, with Cabby, there's a character, an AI character I've been developing, which I've been trying to make act very human. If you say, hey, Cabby, remember what happened in Cabal 2 years ago on specific date with specific people? At that point, it might want to go through a thinking step. It might want to check with its records, find data, correlate it together, do some more thinking, and then give a really good answer. If you say, "Hi, Cabby," none of that's necessary. It can just answer straight away, no thinking step. That's sort of auto-routing. It's not exactly what auto-routing is, but it's close enough. It picks the appropriate amount of effort for each query. And it's never going to be 100% correct, but it's going to save you a lot of money, and it's going to be correct enough that you're only lying tens of millions of times a day, rather than, maybe 10% less lies, but 50% more cost to you. So that's the balance they're sort of striking there, I think. Read a little bit more. Google's response to this report is telling. In the realm of AI factuality, 9 out of 10 isn't even that bad, it said. Well, to be fair, if you search for a query and then click the top result, 9 out of 10 is a pretty good estimate for how likely that is to be correct for most queries on Google, minus the AI mode. So it's just sort of collating what results already exist for you and compressing it into a meaning space. So it's not just limited by its ability to know what is true. It's also limited by the sources available to it. Though from the examples that were given earlier in the article, it sounds like it fucked that up too.
That's what on some things that are more contested, but like if you're asking it basic questions of fact and you have a 60% accuracy range, 60 to 80%, but it on the low end 60%, that's not good. And at the high end 80% is not good either. You would think if it's drawing from reputable sources, and for something that is not contested, it should be a 95, 98% accuracy range in that kind of vicinity. This shit's not good. And the problem with it is that people just take this and run with it, and they go, I saw it, in Google AI overview, and therefore, and I have done that in the past, looked up things on AI overview and seen that they were incorrect. So
for this, to 60 to 80%, that was with no web search. That's just the model.
Oh, okay.
You shouldn't expect that to be 90. But once you add it, that's when it gets to 90, which is it's pretty good. Like, truth is difficult. And for AI models to be already this good, it is impressive, but it doesn't stop the fact that they are telling tens of millions of lies a day.
Well, yeah. And again, when you talk about people who are looking up things like that are life affecting, as we've read some articles about and looked at some stuff out just tonight, people looking up things that are potentially like life altering or ending, for example. You want this stuff to, well, I guess you don't want it to be accurate. And if you're trying to kill someone with poisoning, for example, with like, how do I chloroform my boss? Like, maybe you don't want it to be accurate there.
Just a little chloroforming between friends.
Yeah.
So Google says that these results don't match what people actually see. But how the hell would they fucking know that? And
what doesn't make any sense?
The whole point of this is that people are getting results where it's not true, but it's confidently stated and it's from Google. So they're likely to trust it. Even if they are quite diligent, they're likely to trust it, at least initially. So that's dumb.
It is dumb.
You guys tested it and you were actually checking for wrong answers and you found wrong answers. But everyone else who isn't checking for wrong answers isn't finding any wrong answers and has no way to submit it, even if they did, by the way, as far as I know. So
how convenient that.
So that's a stupid thing to say.
Stupid, is it?
Stupid.
Yeah, but
double check your clanker, chat. Always double check your clanker if it matters. If it's for something important.
Oh my god! Speaking of the double checking your clanker, one thing I was doing was I was again using ChatGPT to just kind of like workshop some ideas to still come up with for a name for this show.
Yeah.
As we are going to be doing it, and it because it was in the same instance where I had talked about like the faulty tower stuff and things. It gave me. Let me go pull this up because it's actually I don't want to read them because it's so bad. I'm going to send you what it sent to me. Hang on. Oh, where is it? There we go. There. I would like you to read this section where I unprompted decided to give me some suggestions around this line. Where was it? Yeah, this is it. I did not tell it to do this at all. So this was unprompted. Here you go. Actually, where is it? Hang on, where are you? There.
Are you sending it in DMs?
In DMs, yeah. Because I said I really like the word oracle because it makes sense for, I think, what we're kind of going for.
I
So I was
think
asking
we
it to
both
use
like
the word
that one,
oracle. Yeah. So here you go.
Chat, see your doctor and see if you might have oracle waffle.
I really think that, yeah, you want to be careful about that. It's dangerous, from my understanding.
Doom scrolling oracle is not too bad. What about the Doom scroll? And we just have a picture of the scroll.
Oh, maybe that might be good.
Well, as long as I don't say it publicly.
Don't say what publicly? Doom
Bad
scroll?
idea.
Oh, okay, right. Of course, you wouldn't want to say that. Yeah.
No. Chat.
No, something to take it. Yeah. Everybody be quiet. Nobody has to know about it, all right?
Slightly absurd. Well, doesn't that just cover it?
Yeah, it sure does. No, just to put it away. Put the fucking B away.
How is this a B, chat? How is this a B?
It's clearly a B. I know what it could be, and I know what it is, and I know what the data are too. Fucking continue. What's your next? What do you have to bring to the table next, sir?
My pizza.
What, you already ate that?
I've barely had any of it. I'm hungry. NASA's Artemis follow-up mission right around the corner after successful lunar flight. So this is just an update on the moon stuff because it's cool. We'll probably just do this quickly.
It is cool, yeah.
Flight director Rick Henfling alluded to future Artemis 3 mission on Saturday. We'll see if there's anything really strong material here. The next mission's right around the corner. The next High 6 mission is set to launch next year. Sorry, go on.
You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't get it. I'm just being an asshole. Continue.
Yes, I know. In the next High 6 mission set to launch next year, Artemis III, Artemis 3 astronauts will remain in Earth's orbit and practice docking their Orion capsule with a commercial lunar lander.
Gross.
A critical step before any return to the... What do you mean gross? Oh, you're looking at Pit 1. Don't look at Pit 1, by the way.
Oh, no, what's in Pit 1? Continue. All right, there you go. Oh my God, what's with this bees eating pizza stuff? Fat, obese
Wolf
bees eating pizza.
Wolf has found himself on a trajectory here, and I don't think I like it.
Trajectory, yeah, I don't like it either. It's getting dangerously furry and into the fat fetish art. No, thank you.
Yeah, but you're into fattening me up, so it's fine.
No, I'm not.
And you're into bees.
I like bees, yes.
She's a bird feeder.
He says that he demonstrably, empirically, as rated by the chat, did tell me to buy him a pizza. Fuck off.
You will never question democracy in my presence again. All right. I don't think there was much more specific information on here. But yes, new mission to the moon, or not to the moon,
Success.
but on the into orbit as a practice for future missions to the moon will be happening. I think they also said that they're planning to do actual moon landings and moon base, which is very cool. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Which would be very, very cool.
Would be very cool. We need to do it first.
Yeah, Wolf, I don't know who else has an interest in doing it.
Wolf says, don't listen to Aiden, chat. She DM'd me asking me to generate her this degenerate gooning material. I never. The nerve to think. The uncouthity.
Yeah, I totally did that. Yeah. Yeah,
X revamps creator payouts to reward original content over clickbait.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh, Aiden. Uh-oh.
So this is so
You're
funny.
going to have to stop stealing jokes, son Sundere.
No, I stole one joke from you, and that was it. Sun soon today. Meanwhile, I steal jokes from Bill on a daily basis. He's the one who really has the grievance here. That being said, some of the shit, Dom Lucra, his crash out over this was generational and legendary.
So I mentioned, just as a prefix for this, I've seen a few things from him that have been very good, but have been very ironic. Like he's posted under, as if he has the exact opposite position of what he clearly has from what he's posting. I think that's his style. So whatever he says, don't necessarily take it literally. But Aiden, I haven't seen what Aiden's posting.
Oh, I'll find it. He had like, he had this is it. Oh my God! Look, whoa! Bring this up. Yeah, just look at the number of in the community or the community notes. The response to this tweet. He crashed out really hard over this because what he does predominantly, he does just repost stuff from other people, right? He's an aggregator essentially, and that's fine to an extent. But you need to be offering something new. I would call it synthesis is what you need to do if you want to get paid by X. So he admits that what he does is clickbait. Why I rarely use breaking. I post hundreds of times and very few are breaking. My posts are news posts. It's a problem because I do well on a social media platform better than people mad at me. You will never see this many people call for changes on any other platform where creators are winning. To watch X listen to the complaints of people that have no goal in creating on this app might not be the best choice. They want people to actually create, not just repost. Every other journalist can post breaking, new, and just in on every post. But it's a problem when I post news and get millions of views. The system allows it. Could I be present? Could it be I present news better than most? Oh, he's just better at it. Word it better than most. Add a reference photo to increase the recognition. Add music and edits to increase the uniqueness. This guy is like making tens of thousands of dollars a month doing just posting shit on Twitter, by the way. You can only present news in so many ways. If I innovated news, how can people be mad at me for being an innovator and being successful? This reminds me so much, I think I talked about this before, of John Lennon's Genius's Pain rant to the Rolling Stone, where it's like, they're trying to, he literally said that he was being crucified by X. They're trying to crucify me, mother. They're trying to crucify me. Nikita, you know, this is envy. Envy at nature. You know, creators are doing so much more behind the scenes to have the numbers. You have the numbers. The way I am crucified, I have never seen happen to another creator that successfully made it to the top of a platform the right way. You're responding to a person that's always hated me and hated on me instead of responding to any of my supporters. People took my money and I praise them. He also talked about how like his father passed away recently and that's why he needs the money from X. But if you scroll down, you'll be able to see. So he claimed he very rarely uses breaking. Scroll down to this post, to the community note. Keep going. Here are 91 examples between April 6th and the 11th. 5 days. Keep going. Oh my god. I rarely use breaking. Oh my fucking god, this dude. In 5 days, he used it 91 times. There you go. Yep. I mean, if you just look,
right,
he's still doing it.
Here's a feed of all of them. Let me just zoom out a little bit here, and then. Dun, 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 dun. It's still going.
He barely ever uses it, though. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is now after he's been told that he shouldn't do this shit, and he's still doing it. But again, this is after, so this is like a slowdown. You can see. Oh my god! Just look, there it is.
Oh, there's some more.
The longest community note of all time. Every post, so many of them just get. Now here's how many times you did it in the last 5 days, you lunatic. Oh my god! What a pathetic grifter. Where's my $10,000 per month on X so that I can post slop? I mean, I guess, you know, hate the player, not the game, right?
This is not
he's upset.
The kind of content I remember him posting that I was referencing earlier, by the way.
Okay.
I think his content may have changed in the last couple of years since I last saw something from him.
Yeah.
He posted big, detailed summaries of stuff, which was really informative. I saw it a couple times,
really
but this is not that.
Well, his posts are really long because I think at this point they're all AI written, right?
Oh, okay.
Also,
maybe.
So because you can see they all have read more for the most part. Read more, many of them do, and a lot of times it is these very long essays essentially. But he's posting them like once an hour essentially.
Are you enjoying the fact that it's still going?
Of course it's still going.
We're back all the way to April 7th now, chat, by the way. We've gone back 19 days.
All right. But you get the idea. This guy is very, very upset. He said in another post, he did say like his children were going to starve without his X payout. So, but it's because of people like Dom Lucra that these changes in X were made. So that people who actually...
Oh, there we go.
So that people who actually post real content and they just haven't stolen from someone else and repackaged and then use an AI to write an essay about, can actually get some money from X. You know, I got more money this month than I did last month, for example, after this happened. I don't get a shit ton of money from X, but I get a little bit of any money, which is nice, to shitpost. Anywho, I think we've made our point with it.
Are you sure? You sure we've made our point? I could let it go for a while longer. I could let it go and I could have some more pizza.
Go back.
What? What did you say? You cut out.
You want me to read it for a bit? I will read it if you want to eat some pizza.
No, I'm joking. I joke around this topic a lot.
Denied that. Okay.
So, chat. Here's the situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got a problem with your browser. Now,
what?
If it's lasted for more than 4 hours, do see a doctor. You've got a problem with your browser where whenever you do a web search, for some reason, the web search goes onto some web search engine that you don't prefer. Maybe it goes to DuckDuckGo, or it goes to Bing, or it goes to Yahoo, when you just want it to use Google. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's your problem. You don't know why it's doing this.
Oh my god, you told me about this. Oh my god.
You don't know why it's doing this, but you have a solution. Because you know how to code. Well, not really. But you do know how to ask an AI how to code. And to make some nice sort of marketing material for your code. So what do? You could fix what is blatantly a malware problem, or just set the default browser in your client to the right thing. Or,
that's what I can't understand. I mean, that's obvious, right? Just
you could do this. You could build a browser extension just to redirect when there's absolutely no reason to do that, and it does not solve your underlying problem.
Well, because look, specifically Google Chrome, I had noticed that it's probably some other app I'm using, right? Some other extension. I mean, that I have installed on Chrome. It constantly resets my search engine to Yahoo. So even when I go in and manually say, no, please use Chrome, or please use Google, please, I do not want Yahoo. I hate it. It looks awful. And the search functionality is terrible. And not like Google is great, but it's better than Yahoo.
I've sent you something in DMs that I think you'll appreciate.
What did you send me? Yahoo search engine blocker.
Aiden is the target audience of this extension, and she should install it.
No.
It is horrendously vibe coded, Aiden.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm not installing that shit. I'm not putting that shit on my fucking
look
browser.
At this,
thank you.
Look at this. Oh, thanks, Reddit.
Oh, yeah, well, it's very Reddit of you.
Blocked by Reddit, that is a badge of honor.
True.
Look at this, definitely not made by AI promotional material.
Oh, no. And what? No, it doesn't look made by AI at all.
That dark purple gradient is a hallmark of AI. I think ChatGPT 5.3 maybe was really big for doing that.
Mm.
And they all follow a similar pattern. It's in your DMs.
No, wait. There you go, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't understand you.
GPT. So yeah.
Did I say Yahoo in a weird way? Yahoo? Did I say it weird? I don't know.
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
So, funnily enough, the comments on his Reddit announcement for this. Well, actually, let's read this first. He says, so I was basically annoyed by Yahoo taking over my Google search engine. This guy doesn't even understand like the basics of how a computer works. He definitely did not code this. Taking over my Google search engine. It's just, that is not how you would say it if you had any idea what these things were.
No, he's a boomer, spiritually or otherwise.
Yes,
you know,
or an Indian. Every other day, and I had to go to settings and change it every time. Well, at least he knew how to do that. I give him credit for that. But he definitely has some sort of malware. So I built this extension which prevents that, and you won't even realize
malware.
If your search engine gets taken over.
It could be another extension.
That is malware.
I guess so. Well,
may not be binary, but it is malware.
Yeah.
What it basically does, it says, is redirect your queries to your selected search engine whenever it detects that Yahoo has taken over. It's taking over. It does this automatically, so you don't have to go into settings again and again. You can also choose. I love how you didn't just build an extension to change it in settings. Like that would be a little bit more useful, because there's any number of things that could change the search engine.
Yes.
But just changing it back in the settings is like, I just want to always use this no matter what other extensions say.
Rather than to redirect.
Redirecting it is so dumb. But like, just solve the malware problem, dude. He's got a link to it there. And then the comments are just like, you installed malware, so you vibe coded an extension that acts like malware to fight the malware. How do you deal with malware? You create your own.
Create your own. Yeah, indeed.
You've got a virus and just decided to live with it. This is not normal. You probably have some sort of adware extension or program installed. I would rather remove that from my PC instead of trying to fix it by redirecting. It looks like this is 100% vibe coded. You need to build an extension for your critical thinking skills as well.
I mean, it's rare that Reddit actually gets to own someone genuinely, but like this was a real, red letter day for Reddit.
This is probably what happened. McAfee sets a default. Very good, Aiden. I'm glad that you're proud of yourself. McAfee sets a default sensitivity to Yahoo. The solution is to remove McAfee. Yeah. The solution is never to install it in the first place.
Yeah, indeed.
Wait, Aiden, careful. Are you sure you're not sponsored by them?
No, I'm not sponsored by McAfee. I can't do McAfee fucking blows. Fuck McAfee.
Smart enough to vibe code, clues enough to be untidy.
Did he respond? Did he respond to the suggestion to install Malwarebytes?
I don't think so. Okay. No. No, I make epic app with my own epic original idea and shart it out online. Hey guys, can I do such a cool heckin' thing? Send some love, y'all.
Give me some Reddit gold.
Yeah.
No one's given him any Reddit. Zero updates.
Which means it's probably a lot of downs. Well, I mean, that's what.
Well, there's a lot of downs going on here, yes.
So, does he give it a name as the creator?
Yahoo search engine blocker.
Give a name for fucking dick shit Ramamandeep.
The coder.
Yeah. It's an Indian name.
Vidit Lunkar.
Vidit Lunkar. Yeah.
Vidit Lunkar made this.
Fucking
Vidit Lunkar 12.
Bullseye, Aiden.
Thank you, sir.
Bullseyed it. Thank you, sir. Let's see what we can find. He also made one called SaaS Price Tracker.
SaaS. What do you mean that is?
Actually, it's something as a service, but I can't remember. It's some corporate programming thing I've never really done, like a corporate infrastructure thing. But this is also vibe coded slob.
Yeah,
clearly.
Sure.
It's by the same guy.
There's Vidit Lunkar.
2 ratings. Okay, so there's that. Does he have any kind of no, it doesn't look like he has a Twitter, not by that name exactly. Let's see if we can split this up. Vidit Lunkar.
Vidit Lunkar.
Oh my god.
Oh no, you're about to dox this guy.
If actually, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm gonna turn the screen share off and do some independent research here, chat.
Yeah, well, you gotta look into Vidit here.
YouTuber just for fun,
as a service.
5 exclamation marks, created this channel to represent every Indian who wanted to start YouTube. Jeez.
Oh wow, he represents all Indians.
Yeah. It's almost certainly the same guy as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so not to bully the disabled, but his most viewed content has 27 views.
There you go. He's doing well.
Yeah.
Vidit Linkara, yeah.
And I believe all of it uses AI. He's made some shorts. Oh no, one of the shorts has some thousands of views actually, which is not like the shorts as I found.
Well, shorts,
he also has an Instagram.
Like, it just dumps it all in there and you get shown all kinds of shit,
Apparently it won't load Instagram. It's weird.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's my VPN. Let's find out. It was my VPN. I am now on his Instagram. He does have a picture of himself, but it's small. Hard to see it. He has a LinkedIn. Oh no! What am I doing?
Well, you're doxing a guy live on air.
I'm not broadcasting it. So
I know you're not showing it. I know you're not showing it, but you are doing it.
Doxing is when it's released.
Yes, and he put his name on it. Come on now.
He put his name. That's all I showed. I did briefly show his face on Google searches, but that's such a minor case of doxing. If it is.
Yeah.
So I do have his face, and he looks exactly like you'd expect.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it seems as if the inauthentic content stuff is getting even worse. I think, like I said, I think no one's at YouTube over the weekend, and their AI has legitimately just been going insane and haywire for the last 2 days.
Wow.
So it seems that I don't know for a fact, guys, but I get the feeling that a lot of these are going to be overturned on Monday because I'm just from this weekend. I keep seeing like hundreds of people talking about how this has happened to them just over this past weekend. And it's been happening for weeks, but it seems that, yeah, they don't give a shit. Well, they're not there, so they're just letting the AI run the show, and it's doing what AI often does. Fucks up.
Yep. I have a couple of other stories. This first one is fairly technical, so maybe not worth going into in great detail, but just a summary. There is a critical...
What the fuck?
What?
I don't even know what I'm looking at, bro.
There's a critical
SG
security
Lang.
vulnerability in downloaded AI models. So for anyone else like me who occasionally downloads GGUF files, there is a remote code execution with a severity of 9.8 out of 10, which by the looks of it, from having skimmed over this, it can arbitrarily execute code on your machine pretty trivially just by running the model.
Fantastic.
So I don't understand all of this, but I have a sort of a decent understanding of enough of it to give you us an overview. So command injection, SG Lang is a high-performance open-source serving framework for large language models and multimodal models. The official GitHub project has been forked over 5,500 times and starred 26,100 times. I hadn't heard of SG Lang, but I assume that it's at least somewhat related to the GGUF format or to AI models. It's something that is often used with them either way. According to the CERT coordination center, the vulnerability impacts the re-ranking endpoint, V1 re-rank, allowing an attacker to achieve arbitrary code execution in the context of the SG Lang service by means of a specially crafted GPT-generated unified format model file. That's a GGUF. An attacker exploits the vulnerability by creating a malicious GPT-generated unified format model with a crafted tokenizer.chat template parameter that contains a Ginger2 server-side template, not you, Ginger, injection payload with a trigger phrase to activate the vulnerable code path. Now, I'm not sure that I should show the details, but given that it's very public already, I might as well. This is what you need to write to hack the world, hack the planet with this text.
Really?
Yeah. So for some reason, there we go. For some reason, that first line is required. The answer can be yes or no. I don't know why. And then the second one, it's this like it looks like it's some sort of code. So it's got this double bracket here. But that probably is going through some sort of handlebars or some template parser to replace it. I don't know that actually, but maybe it does go through handlebars. And then in there it's just code. So Lipsum, I don't know what that is, but I guess it's some part of the SG Lang they were talking about before. .globals, that underscore globals underscore, that is a Python artifact. One I don't like, incidentally. And then OS. So yeah, it's just getting the access to the OS functions straight from the Python globals. And then popen, which I assume is just open a file. And then, but it's opening the file it's opening. Apparently when you do popen in Python, it just runs the command. So if you give it a command, it just runs it. So echo, and then it does this. So anything you put in here is a command that will just run on your computer as your user.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
So when they put here echo SG Lang RCE confirmed, all that's doing is when it gets there, it just prints that to the console and you can see that it's done it. You could put anything there. RMRF, root, just deletes everything on your computer if that runs.
Yeah, delete system 32.
All that. It's on Windows, yeah. So that's quite dangerous. I think you've got to do this, and I think there's one other thing you've got to do as well to do it. So actually, I don't think it is. I think it's just this. Just got to put this in. But this is the code that messes with it. It should be immutable sandbox environment. Yeah, I would have thought so. If you've got immutable sandbox environment available and you're just using environment, that sounds like a bad idea. So Ginger2, right. Ginger2 is the templating language, I think. So the double curly braces must be for that. So it looks like it can just arbitrarily execute code. This is not just an exploit with this, I don't think. This is an exploit in general. It can arbitrarily generate any Python code. It's just that this code here is how you get to run system stuff outside the program. But it looks like it can arbitrarily generate code anyway. So any GGUF file is passed by this Ginger2 thing with the template, because you can provide a template in the file. AI models always need templates to organize the messages together. It passes it, and then some of the parameters can just have code in them. So it just runs the code. God, that's such a bad idea. Yes, why would you not use an immutable sandbox environment if that's available? I'm not familiar with the Python code involved here or with the technologies, but this seems like a massive oversight.
It seems like it to me, yeah. I mean, like an incredible vulnerability that anyone to be able to just run apps on your PC. That's crazy.
That is ridiculous. I'm amazed that this wasn't found earlier, to be honest.
I'm really not, but like I'm glad it was found, I suppose.
Well, there you go. So if you're downloading GGUF files, use the same precautions as anything else. I mean, for a while, maybe just don't. But use the same precautions as everything else. Don't download stuff that is not sort of widely used and regarded well. If you've got anything critical on one PC, don't run it on there. Someone in chat looks like they know more about this. They say SGLang looks similar to OLLAMA or VLLM, a server to run LLMs on, and their website looks vibe coded as fuck. I see. Okay. So is it only if you run it with this SGLang thing? Because I assumed it was just all GGUS, but is it only with SGLang?
Sure.
Let me look into it. SG, which would decrease the severity greatly. Just don't use this. It is, okay, you're right, chatter. It is the equivalent of, say, an OLLAMA or a VLLM or an LM Studio or something. High performance serving framework for large language models and multimodal models. I think I have seen this, but never got it. Yeah, don't use this then. Right, so the fuck up code is in SGL, whatever it's called. Yeah, SGLangs. This, where they should have used, I guess then LM Studio hopefully does use the right one or does something else to prevent it. It's interesting though. All right, so it's less severe than I thought. It's only if you're using SGLang.
Okay. All right, well.
Which most people don't, I don't think.
So specific use case.
Yes.
But still,
it's
an insane vulnerability.
But yeah, that is pretty severe. All right, I have one more. Actually, I have two more stories. One of them is from last week that I just wanted to say something fairly quickly on. But let's do this one. This might be fun. Okay, so a new image model has dropped, which is better than everything else. Not just by a little bit. So I remember a couple of weeks ago, Nano Banana 2, which is what it's called, from Google, was the top dog. It was very good. It could generate detailed environments, even with detailed backgrounds, coherent figures at every range. It's very, very good, and very coherent text as well. And I figured at that point, like, you know, it's hard to imagine how this could be beaten without it just being perfect. I think we've all thought that at different times in our lives, particularly about video game graphics is one that's often cited for that. You remember when you were a kid and you thought PS1 looked, it's almost photorealistic, and then PS2 came out. Yeah. Oh my God. Right.
Oh, but, I know. I remember, when like Final Fantasy VII came out, I remember all the ads for that. Photorealistic cutscenes.
As it turned out, there was still always a wide gulf between that and photorealism. Yes. I think maybe it's just difficult to fill in what that gulf looks like. So it's hard to imagine. But that's sort of where I was with Nano Banana. It's hard to imagine it being any better than it being perfect. But there's a new kid on the block. GPT Image 2 from OpenAI, who I am not particularly enthusiastic to endorse, but I must in this case, has come along and is just a huge leap ahead. Every benchmark, every analysis I've seen is not just saying it's a bit better, like every new AI text model that leapfrogs the other. No, this one is a big bound ahead. You can start to trust it to do really high detail stuff. And I have here a set of, where is it? It's this one. A set of comparisons that we can look through. And we'll see which one we like better. You've been
talking about this Nano Banana thing for a while, so yeah.
Well, Nano Banana was like, it was the top shit as of a few weeks ago, but now we've got something better. Yeah. So the prompt is basically a comic book with 5 dynamic panels, etc., floating city, all this stuff. I won't read the whole thing, but you get the idea. So some text requirements in there, some visual requirements. Here's what GPT Image 2 generated. Now that looks pretty damn good. Given that is a one-shot on an image model, that's pretty good. There's no flaws. Yeah. There's no like the text isn't messed up. It even made text that creates a coherent story, or at least I haven't read it, but it seems like it's coherent. Now, part of the reason for this is that both Nano Banana and GPT Image 2 are doing something quite GPT Image 2 are doing something quite different from most AI models, which is that they're not just an AI model, an AI image model. They take it through a text LLM layer first, reformat the prompt into something that it is what you meant, supposedly, but it's more detailed so as to assess, so as the image model gets more detailed to work with. And then it works from that. And that's nice because being able to instruct rather than just tag is a really nice step up if you've done a lot of AI image stuff. So that is a feature of both models, which means that you can make much more coherent stuff. As you can see, it has a bias towards creating tomboys, which I do appreciate because that wasn't specified in the prompt. So that's the GPT Image 2. And now we'll see what we think of the other competitor, Nano Banana, and we'll see which one you prefer. This is the Nano Banana one.
Yeah, I mean, it's more cartoony, but it's nowhere near as dynamic as the other one. No.
Yeah. And do you know what else? Oh no, never mind. It is there. They asked for go, 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 and it is in there. But I say this one's way better.
I mean, exponentially, yes.
Yeah. What I've noticed about this model... go on, you go first.
It's incredibly detailed.
Yes.
I would say that. So, like, if you did want something that looked more like, I don't know, something that someone could actually draw in a realistic time, this would be absurd.
Yes, we will get to that. Because there's other examples here. But something I've noticed about this one, and I used it to make this.
Which looks really nice. I mean, I do like the ones you generated for this, yes.
Yeah. And this is weird because it's an amateurish problem. Has anyone else in chat noticed it? It's too noisy. It looks like it's got
noisy, yes.
a semi-transparent layer of just Perlin or Simplex or something else noise over the top.
Yeah,
it looks kind of dirty.
There's just so much detailed. There's so much detail. Yes,
that's a closely related problem. Yes, but the noise could be there even if it wasn't that detailed. But they're closely related. Yes. But that noise is present, and that's its default style. Now, I'm pretty sure, I haven't tested this, but I'm pretty sure you could prompt it in such a way that it uses a style where that wouldn't look right, so it wouldn't do it. But it does. So that's actually amateurish, as I said. That's not a new problem. That is the oldest problem. Because the way AI image generators generate images is they start with a latent space, and I hear you can smell it these days, which is just sort of, it's colored noise. And then it gradually diffuses it, which is where the name comes from, stable diffusion. It diffuses it by denoising it basically kind of into the image. And as it's doing that, if you could have multiple steps, each step it denoises it more. So most of the time, if you're generating images, at least when I was doing it, you had something like there were some models that could do it in 8 steps, but usually you'd have 20 to 35 steps would be a good average place if you're using the normal sampling method, EULA.
Yeah.
But if you use too little steps, if you should use 25 and you use 10, the noisy sort of overlay is what you get, where bits would still be a bit wavy and a bit incoherent, and they hadn't really resolved properly. That's what GPT Image 2 is doing. Despite the fact that it's brilliant, it looks like it needs about 10% more steps, or maybe 20% more steps to fully resolve its colors, which is really weird because that's the basic problem of AI image generators. It's the first thing you solve. But the best model in the world has that problem for some reason. And it's visible here, less visible here than it was in the image I just showed, but still visible here.
Yeah. I mean, then it's like probably generational in a sense then. They're building upon previous models to some extent. And whatever problem is that's causing that is being is going forward into future models.
I wonder if that's it.
Hypothesis.
If they're using too much AI generated stuff and they're just the presence of the noise across all the models is beginning to cluster.
Yeah.
As a identifiable pattern. It's definitely a possibility, yeah. It's a good point. All right, so that's that one. We've got lots more examples here to compare. The next one here is an isometric cutaway illustration of a futuristic research facility. Here is the GPT Image 2. Now, there's some detail there. I hate that this is on Reddit, because if I do open image in new tab, it just opens it in this fucking Reddit view. And so I have to save it into downloads and then open it from downloads just to get my normal way of viewing it. So if I do this, and now I can zoom in. Thank you. So the resolution is not very high, but still it's generating text in this tiny resolution space, which is so impressive. Because if you, one of the things that will hurt the coherence of an AI model the most is low resolution. If it doesn't have enough resolution, it doesn't have enough pixels to resolve something, that's when it becomes blurry as hell. But, and text was always, even while, hands was a big problem, text, even after hands was mostly solved, text still wasn't. But look at this. I mean, even with how few pixels they're working with here, it's pretty damn good.
That one at the bottom wasn't legible, but access control, what is that?
Well, you can tell this as maintenance, And again,
no, I
this is
went
very few pixels. There's very, very few pixels.
Yeah.
Shopping and recycling. Testing base 3. Yeah, so even these, this is so few pixels to work with.
Yeah.
And still a few of them are legible, or at least they look like they, I mean, actually more legible from here. But that's
you have to zoom
so
out a bit.
few pixels, and it's so highly detailed. That's very impressive. And now we'll have a look at the Nano Banana one. Again, it's gone for a much more cartoony art style for some reason. It seems to like that.
Work. Yeah, apparently. The other thing was also much more cartoony. I mean, it's fundamentally it's a different style, so it's difficult to even compare.
But there's a
because
lot
the one
more
was going for more realism.
There's a lot more incoherent figures. In these low resolution areas. The cape area. The text is still pretty good, even at these sizes. It's still pretty good. The text is probably about as good, actually. But there are a few more incoherent shapes. And again, this is such high standard stuff, because look at the resolutions.
Botany Lab, Robotics Lab. Yeah, there's text errors on it. But I mean...
Oh yeah, Botany Lab and then a Botany Lab again.
Yeah.
You did put that
That's
twice.
also the Robotics Lab.
Yeah, 2 Robotics Labs as well. So it's still pretty good. But I would say that this one's a bit less coherent, and it's giving itself less work to do, because this one is much more high fidelity art style. Much more. I personally prefer this one.
Yeah, I like that one better as well. I'm getting a bit sick and tired of the cartoony style that AI has.
Sure.
I mean, because it's basically endemic.
Yeah.
It was so cool at first when you could just tell it to make something, but now, it becomes like that. One, I can tell both are AI. Would say that is that neither one would pass the Turing test of it. Of me not. And I'm using that broadly. I would be able to tell both were AI.
Yeah.
I don't know about these next ones.
Well, here's one for you, Aiden. Given that you're a woman, would you buy this?
See,
product?
I wouldn't be able to tell that's AI though.
Yeah.
Night repair serum. I have a night repair serum thing for my eyes that looks exactly like that. It comes in a bottle just like that. So I would not be able to tell that's not real. That looks, that's very nice. A little bit terrifying.
Yep. And then Nano Bananas is honestly about as good.
I think those are probably analogous in quality. Still terrifying.
Yeah. I still slightly prefer the first one. It's much less colorful, but I think that's the style, isn't it?
The top of the squeeze bottle on the night cream on the second one there, it looks a little bit funky, which might give it away.
Just a little bit.
Because like when you have this, like it's a little squeeze thing for a dropper,
Yeah. This one has more text as well, and it's slightly nicer text. It's slightly more appropriate for the product as well.
It looks more realistic too.
Yeah.
I think.
All right, next one. This is for a some sort of business
website. Yeah.
Clarity, intelligence, growth in my pan. I mean, what North Star Analytics? Exactly. And that's exactly corporate graphics.
Yeah, corpo slob.
Yeah. But that's GPT Image 2. It's highly coherent. It looks like it easily could be made by a human. And then this one is Nano Banana.
I'm not. Yeah. They both are AI to me. So the cup, the mug so that's actually interesting. They have the coffee cup in both.
That's a good point.
The coffee cup in that one does not look as good in the Nano Banana one. I'm sure it was because they both have it. Yeah.
It might be there. I can't see it currently, but it might be.
Although it's also very tiny. Look how tiny it is in the GPT-2 one. Like it's all. I don't know. That some stuff there that's a little bit wonky, but I mean it looks nice. I think those are largely analogous, though.
They are similar. Maybe a
preference issue, just taste more than anything.
The mouse is backwards.
Oh, it is. Yes, the mouse is backwards.
Well, I'm
there
not
you go. There's another strike
sure
against it.
It could be just a style.
It
could be
looks like
that's
it
the
is.
logo. I think if we zoomed into the keyboard, it wouldn't be quite coherent, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
Over here, there is a keyboard, and I think it looks a bit more coherent, but it's also a different style, so maybe easier to draw.
Yes.
This actually, the top one has more of the AI endemic visual style, website design style, than the bottom one does. But I honestly, I slightly prefer the top one.
I do as well. It also just looks nicer in terms of like the total coherence of the image, being all the blues and stuff. Which AI likes blues.
It sure does.
And oranges, because it's drawing from other stuff, you know.
Yeah, and then we've got a street in Tokyo during light rain. This one I think suffers from the over detail problem.
Yes, I mean there's so much.
Yeah, and then this one,
that one looks far more realistic.
Is actually better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this case, I'd give Nana Banana 2. I think this one's trying way too hard to be detailed, and I think it's it's too sharp in many places.
Trying too hard.
Yeah.
Tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, didn't even.
True. But it's managing the other languages. I guess I don't read the moon runes.
You can't read. Yeah, I know.
Well, I can't read it anyway. That's true.
Okay, it says like men, yes, ramen.
What a surprise!
Takoyaki.
Wow, the ramen shop has ramen on the sign.
There's 2 takoyaki. No. Yeah, there's 2 takoyaki stands. Ramen. Yeah, I mean, like everything on it looks that I can read makes sense. Hoteru. Yeah, it's all good.
So, 1 to that so far. This is the reusable rocket diagram.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the text. It's amazing how far that's come in so little time.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was talking about because last night Tim Pool dropped like a like right when the assassination attempt was going on. He dropped this what looked like a professional quality sort of infographic with things that ended up being incorrect. But I was like, yeah, wow, AI, and it looked all the text was correct for the most part. It was a little bit wonky, but not too bad. You saw it too, right? Did I send it to you?
I can't remember.
I think I did. I think I posted it in Cabal because I think I was still in Cabal when I did that.
It rings
before
a bell.
I went on Flash's stream. So, and that he probably was using this thing because the text there wasn't any weirdness with the text.
Yeah.
Whereas again, this also once again looks much more cartoony as well. It seems to be a trend with I feel like the over inundation of the Ghibli style when AI image generation was first coming out has like infected a bunch of these models. So to make everything a bit cartoony.
There's no way that you get grid fins deployed during descent to provide stability and control without aerodynamic surfaces. There's no way you get something that coherent in an image model without having a text model before it, which it does.
Yeah. Interesting,
The text is very, very coherent for an AI model, for an image model. It is practically exactly as it would be if you had done this manually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, and then Nana Banana is good. I wouldn't say quite as good, but it's very close.
Again, cartoony though, like I said.
It is cartoony, yeah. It looks like it defaults to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, oh yeah, that one, motherfucker. Yeah. This image, we reviewed this in Cabal. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday.
That was it, yes.
And
yes.
I concluded, I believe this is AI that was generated probably in one shot through
I was pretty sure it
GPT Image 2. GPT Image 2 is actually very good at this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So what Tim or his team probably did is either they wrote or more likely compiled information about what was happening and just sent it into the image. Or what they might have done is just go to ChatGPT's website, type in, draw me a news infographic about the White House shooting. ChatGPT went and did the research, sent it to the image model, generated this, one shot into the text editor with this coming out of it, which is extremely impressive, but not of Tim Pool or his team.
Well, it says shooter has been killed, and I don't think that he was.
No, he wasn't.
So,
He was subdued, but not killed.
But that was going around on Twitter at the time. So, yeah. It was the style at the time. Yeah, Trump's face looks quite...
It's just not quite there. It's a bit
quite
too
right,
clothy.
I suppose, yeah.
And also, we did happen to notice that's not what that flag looks like.
Should look like, no.
And however you fold it, there's no border around the edges of the stripes like that.
No, it doesn't make sense.
And the alignment of the text in these boxes is off. He might even have used nanobanana, because I feel like GPT Image 2 would actually get the alignment right. But I don't know that for sure. It could have been either.
I don't know.
There's some more examples too, I think. Architectural before and after presentation. So
I mean, it looks very nice. A lot of the architecture stuff I saw very early on was where there were tests of like, can you tell the difference between a real architecture rendering, because that's what they were comparing it against, versus AI. And that was never really quite fair, because the renderings are, computer generated in their own way. So
I'm kind of disappointed that they took a sort of traditional style.
I know, I don't like it. I don't like what they did. Turn it into a soulless, modern,
but
clean.
Luckily, they didn't. It's all fake.
No,
but someone did.
It didn't happen for real.
No, but someone has done something like this.
The couches on the left side, maybe, but this is very 90s.
And
but other than that,
floor, I don't like either.
Yeah, no. But other than that, keep, instead of just totally gutting it. Yeah, sorry, I don't like what it's depicting. That's upsetting me.
But yeah, the art is fine. Oh, the before panel and the after panel up here in the top left of each image are not the same. The before has this, it continues off to the left side of the image, and after doesn't.
Yeah.
It's hovering. Yeah. So that's that's a big flaw. AI image generation is doomed.
I mean, it's also putting up the same room in any. Neither one of these are like the same place whatsoever. Like, just look at the windows and the size of the space.
Look how
nonsensical this
is with the hanging cables.
The before is dire.
And the layout is completely different as well.
Right, like you're gonna knock that wall behind those chairs out, like, and apparently
the wall
go
to the
back
outside
into far
world
distance. Yeah, and apparently go back into the far distance where there are mirrors or there are windows. You're gonna now install a bunch of new rooms. Yeah, stuff like that. That's not very good. No. The more you look at it, the more, particularly with this before and after stuff. Yeah.
With this though, it's not that similar, but it's plausible.
It's the same problem where the windows are on the wrong side. See what I mean?
Yeah.
There's still major issues with the logic of the image.
You could argue that's the door, and that they've maybe knocked through something that allowed the windows to be there on the after, but it's more plausible.
Clearly on the right, because you can see the light coming in on the image on the left. You can see that the light is coming in from a door on the right, whereas this one is like a totally different structure. It doesn't appear to be able to follow the logic of it. You know what I mean?
I agree. It probably isn't coherent, but I think it's more plausible than you're giving credit for. I think far right of the rightmost image there, that could be a door. It's just closed.
Maybe. It's not great though. Yeah.
Nah.
Neither one were great at that. Neither one were. I mean, this one looks nicer, just aesthetically. I think it looks nicer. But in terms of, again, it should be able to like follow the logic of remodel this room. Yeah.
They're both good in terms of the overall image, but I slightly prefer image 2 again.
Yeah.
And then this is the sort of style we've been working with.
But talk about the detail. Yeah. Holy shit.
Well, do you want highly detailed or do you want too cartoony?
I mean, out of the two, I prefer the more highly detailed one, because the other one looks like AI to me. This one looks, but maybe at some point that style will look more like AI. They both look like AI, but it's kind of that one. I just think it looks nicer. It is overly detailed, like to the point of nausea.
And you can kind of see the noise I was talking about earlier. Not with this one.
Yes. No, that you can make things out quite clearly. The other one, I no fucking idea what's going on at some point. Yeah.
But this is a bit flat and cartoony. It's not exactly photoreal. It's sort of post photoreal. It's too photoreal almost. Yeah. It's taken it too far. But both are different styles, and they both would do fine, I'm sure, if you specified the style.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, yeah.
But there's some incoherence here on the left there. Where are those stairs coming down from? It looks like it's
who knows,
on the same level.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's some incoherence. Yeah, I agree.
But they're both good. I'm not sure which one I prefer. I think if I had to use one as, say, a stream background, I probably would use the Nano Banana one, actually, because this is just a bit too sharp and a bit too distracting, a bit over-detailed. I like the fact that it's this massive chasm that they're in, though.
Yeah, I like that,
this
too.
One, that's less obvious.
Yeah. But I think I do prefer the first one, even though it's overly detailed. Yeah, that's it.
So that's the
interesting
comparison.
Though.
There's other comparisons I've seen.
I was shocked, but the stuff you produced this afternoon, or for it, I was like, wow, that looks crazy. Overly detailed though as well.
Yeah,
I would say.
There's other comparisons I've seen that that give a good impression of the difference as well. I'm sure that you could find it if you looked it up, chat. But image 2 is very good. So let me show you some of the ones I made.
That one I really liked. Yes.
So these two. This is not all of them. There's a couple more.
That one I really liked. There's a bunch of actually funny little jokes in it too.
Yes, there are. Let's have a look, shall we? So this is stuff the model added without us asking it to, by the way, which is impressive.
Yeah.
So you got here, Parallel Hypotheses, Volume 7, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Down here, Containment Protocols never follow. And then your favorite
really
mug.
I read banned tomes. I do actually kind of love that, though.
Yeah.
I can't read what it says under Civil Research Initiative. Like, that's nonsense, but field notes. What does that say?
Things that shouldn't exist, but do.
But do, right, yeah. That's good. Things that shouldn't exist, but do, yeah.
C4, Kieran Mech, Deathwell. Yeah, that's incoherent. Yeah, Status holding-ish. You know, I didn't do this through ChatGPT's website. I did this through another provider. I wonder if they've just turned their steps down to save themselves some money.
Maybe.
Project reality.
I mean, it put the old meme on there: collect chaos, amplify ? Profit. Yeah, like it put the meme in there.
It's got a full-on advertisement for Monster Energy.
The monster is so detailed.
It's a bit too detailed.
And then what is it? Yeah, on the laptop, question everything, especially this.
It has -s, like it's a.
I would never write
friendly...
that. I would never write that because I don't like the word especially.
That's a good point.
So it's not for me.
That's the main problem with this image. Yeah.
I hate the word especially. Say particularly. I even did that earlier. I was reading an article. I just saw it and I went, ugh.
You and I discussed
this.
It
for particularly.
And at least I came to the conclusion that the only reason that you don't like especially, but you're okay with particularly, is
it's a pure academic
because
thing.
that particular word is especially disallowed.
Within academia, there's a kind of there's like a
special
don't
B.
use especially a special B. Yeah, you don't use especially. We're discouraged from using it. At least I was in grad school and doc school. I don't know, and now I have an aversion towards the word. So
you probably told it once, and you just let that condition you.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. One of my professors told it to me once, and I was just like, all right, don't do that again, and now become disgusted by it. You know, hey, it's stuck.
This is my second favorite.
Yeah.
I put the pizza in for this one.
You did put the pizza in, yes.
You got Sibyl and Wizard.
Solvent. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pizza, the universal solvent. World's okayest wizard. Space-time.
I mean, it's pretty true. Remember, don't die. Yeah.
This is
I don't know what it's
very Steins Gate. Both of these are.
It is, which I mean, I guess is the vibe we're going for. So whatever.
It's inevitable. Even if we weren't going for it, it's inevitable. And then there's this one in which I look pretty shit, to be honest. And then it also wrote a Redditism.
Okay, that's the biggest problem with it is the Reddit joke on the pizza box. That one's terrible. Yeah. I
asked this one to add a bunch of like little comedic references in text because in this one it did without being asked.
Yeah, automatically.
In this one it didn't, or it added way less. And so I asked it, add them. They were funny. And so it added a bunch of unfunny ones.
Unfunny Redditisms, yes, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, we'll still, I mean, again, I wanted to demonetize this week, but for reasons of Broken Crown being demonetized. By the way, I was looking at Twitter a little bit for a minute there, just to like check my stuff. And I saw that there's been a swathe of more people coming out and saying that they also got demonetized randomly this weekend. It's that clearly something is wrong. If YouTube has any sense whatsoever, which is a big if, they'll just undo everything that was done this weekend.
YouTube
and
have
be like,
clearly...
oh, whoopsie doopsie. They won't ever admit that they did it either. They'll just undo it and make no statement. Yeah.
They've clearly toggled.
Yes, something.
As the CS:GO expression or Counter-Strike expression, when you toggle the wall hacks. They've turned something on this weekend that is not appropriate, and they should turn it off. And
I mean, they've already been dealing with for now
issues.
weeks of having to go through and manually review this stuff because they've been doing it to people for a couple of weeks, and now it's like they go out for the weekend and just like, you know what, just turn it all the way fucking back on, whatever, or something. I don't know, but yeah, they fucked over a lot of. And hopefully, when it come Monday, they'll just undo everything. It won't, of course, the crazy part, the most frustrating part is that they will never admit that it happened. So you have to remember it, because otherwise it gets memory hold.
We have someone in chat who appears to be slightly misled. He says, this is just another AI podcast for AI hosts. Aiden, which model are you running on?
I don't know. GPT.
GPT.
Obviously.
Yeah, we did talk about AI a fair bit towards the end of the stream because it's big tech news. It keeps happening.
Yeah.
And he joined right as we were reviewing AI models, but it won't always be about that.
Curious. No, the first half of the stream, first 2 hours was me reading research and talking about retractions and things like that. And well, we spent about an hour talking about the missing scientists. But oh well, like this is the thing too. Now people have so much anxiety about AI that they.
Yeah.
By the way, can you even? I mean, I guess I've listened to like the Infinite Conversation with Slavoj Žižek and some other guy. Or who else was it? It was Slavoj Žižek and who else were talking back and forth forever. Infinite Conversation. It is Werner Herzog and Slavoj Žižek. Just talking back and forth, and it is like instantaneously generated, so you can just hop in and listen to here, I'll send it to you, right? Like Infinite Conversation. This has been going too for I think well over a year. I think I found it probably over a year ago. You just go to this website and you can hear these two people
go on
just talking forever about random shit.
Ironically, and this may be true, the person that came in and said that may well have been an AI bot.
Very possibly, right? You know, pull it up for a second. You'll see what I mean about the Slavoj Žižek thing. This has been going on for a while. So I mean, I don't know, but is it the same level of rapport? Is it play audio so you can hear it? Yeah.
So glad to hear that. I'm so used to this kind of false intellectual protocol. When you
does it sound for an analogous to us talking?
It does. If anything, it's a bit too coherent.
But because I don't think the same way. But here I am really happy. Because, you know, I have this very strong...
It's the same shit, right?
...worry that I do not reach the audience, that I talk
Slavov is going off on a tangent here against Herzog.
I have an intellectual rapport with someone like yourself, mate.
Oh, look, he's happy.
Really happy.
He's so happy they're friends.
In a sense, with some friends. They are, of course, not philosophers. So... yes, we are on the same wavelength. And if there is something maybe sad and melancholic in our philosophical sensibility, this is
I feel like we are on the same wavelength is not something he would have said, and that is something that AI shoved in there that it shouldn't have done.
Because it is, and this happens 24 hours a day. It has been going on for like well over a year now of just Slavoj Žižek and Werner Herzog having an infinite conversation. So if at any point in time you want to tune in, so one time I tuned in, they were talking about ants or something. It was very bizarre. Not bees. I would have been more excited if they were talking about bees. Checking out some sort of other animal. I don't remember what it was. I think it was ants.
Pug, the beard guy is, I don't know if he's specifically a communist, but he's a leftist. He's an odd kind of leftist.
Yes. He is an odd kind of leftist. Slavoj Žižek.
I think he's like an anti-woke leftist.
Yeah, yes.
He seems most like better than the rest of the left anyway.
I like Slavoj. He's a very interesting person.
He's hard to listen to. Well, I have one thing left.
Okay.
Thank you to the people of Cabal. I think in this case it was either Wolf or Morfaku that made this. We're going to continue the tradition that we started last time and play ourselves out with a small ditty.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. All right. I won't end before it ends. Is it relatively short? It's not going to go on for like 5 minutes.
4 minutes. It's a bit long.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Well, I don't like the name of this. Okay. I already want to say.
Why not?
B Daddy's Lil Burb. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. If this gets weird, I'm shutting off the stream.
curious bird with feathers bright.
Fucking burp.
Perched on a branch, wings folded, soft and neat. But deep inside,
what the fuck? I'm about to turn this shit off.
Okay, I've just read the lyrics. Thank you for your submission. I think we'll wrap it up there.
I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that.
No. Thank you, chat, for joining us. We'll be back on Sunday, as far as I know.
And hopefully by next week, everything will be monetized and completed and set up, and I don't have to worry about YouTube being like, because what they were saying is that like if you went and monetized on their channel, we're in the process of fucking banning one of yours, or removing you from the partner program, we'll just ban your entire AdSense account. I'm not doing that. So I wasn't going to risk it. Not going to mess around with it. But hopefully by next week, things will be set up. Thank you guys so much for showing up, and we will see you next week.
Can I get a 1 in chat just before we leave to congratulate Aiden for what is, I believe, her 12th day in a row streaming. Yes. Oh no, her 12th stream in a row.
It's 11th.
11 days in a row streaming.
It's 11 days in a row. It's more than 12.
Is it? Okay.
I think I've done. Well, no, it might be. I think no. You know what? It is 12. I think it is 12 because I don't think I streamed twice on one day, besides yesterday.
Other than that, one day, yeah. So 12th day in a row, unbroken, no day break, and 11 days total.
11 days, 12 streams. Yeah. Now
Very
I gotta
impressive.
go starting to, and I've gotten a significant amount of work of my new video edited, but we'll get that. Whatever. So Aiden, now I can take a break.
What are you going to say if someone invites you to a stream on Monday?
No, I have work to do.
I'm streaming on Monday. Want to come join?
No, I have work to do.
I'm so proud. Chat, press 1 if you're proud that Aiden learned agency. It took the whole stream and I have a bloody pizza over there to get through, but she's learned it at long last.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, thank you. I'm a slow learner, except for with science that I read vociferously. All right. Well, that's it. We'll see you guys next Sunday. And I will see you also on Broken Crown, hopefully on Wednesday. We're not banned from streaming, just demonetized. We'll see what's going on with that. Either way, see y'all soon. Cheers.
Right after stream, I'll be in Cabal. Cabal.net, links in the description. Aiden might be as well, I don't know, but we'll find something to do.
I didn't put the link for Cabal in the description.
Oh,
but,
no. Cuck.shortfightertaku.com, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, cuck. I mean, like, I don't know. If you want to pop it in the chat real quick. We'll be up though. Okay. If you want to come hang out, we'll be hanging up for just a little bit. I will not be up for long because I am sleepy, but I will I'll hang out for a little bit.
Right.
We head out.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Cheers, guys.
See you soon.
See you next week. Bye-bye.